Hey everybody. Today actually is a sad day, so props to the people in chat who are feeling that, already in that groove, spamming the candles, typing out those teams. Last stream on Monday, I mentioned that I was hoping to get a Boltyn stream in this week, and I jinxed it apparently, because literally like at the end of that stream, all across Twitter, I was seeing the news of Tall Timmy parting flesh and blood. Not just for a brief moment in time, but truly forever. If you didn't know who the Tall Timmy was, his real name was Paul Naughton. To his friends, he was called Paul Za Naughton. And I consider myself lucky to have been one of his friends. Every time he would come to the States, we would specifically look to meet up. I split hotels with him before. We would go and try new cuisines together because he was of the opinion that he had never had good Mexican food back in Australia. And so that was kind of my role. I would show him the ropes of all the good Mexican cuisine. Back when we were at Worlds, we had some delicious mole, some amazing tacos as well. Anyway, really nice, genuinely happy, inquisitive person. Just to tell another beautiful story about this man. Also, he's not dead, okay? So it's not like that level of sadness. But what's the unfortunate part of him stepping away from Flesh and Blood means for people like in the US is we probably just won't see him again, okay? So he's not dead. He's not dead. No, someone in chat has asked, did he die? Oh my God. No, but he's stepping away from the game, and that does hurt to some degree for anyone who was ever looking to see him again, to hang out, to travel the world and run into your friend Paul. It just won't happen now. It just won't happen. And will I go out of my way to Australia just to see Paul? Probably not. Unfortunately, it's not in the cards for me either. So it was this shared hobby of Flesh and Blood where we were able to just have moments of the year where we ran into each other. You know, that was always so much fun. And that unfortunately won't happen again. So that's what's happening here. Honestly, hold up. Let me just show you the letter so we can skip this. He's not dead. Oh my God. But he did write a farewell post. This went to his Patreon. It's all over Twitter, but if you haven't seen it, we'll just read it here. Tall Timmy says, "Farewell. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, I have to step away from Flesh and Blood hobby completely. This includes shutting down all my social media platforms and ending all my partnerships. It deeply saddens me to even type this out, but it is my only option, sad face. The support you have shown me has been amazing. I truly appreciate it. Thanks to those who were in touch with me regarding the thank you cards. I had to resend a few due to postage issues. If you are yet to receive your card, can you please email?" Okay. "Regrettably, I'll be parting with my entire FaB collection, along with all the bits and pieces that I've amassed over the last couple of years. This hurts the most, but looking at my FaB things will just sadden me more, reminding me of happier times. Please email me if you're interested in grabbing something from my collection. I think this is the only way I can end a post like this with one final team!" Voice crack. Anyway. It's a big deal to have him completely step away from the game, because like I said, he was an absolute bastion of positivity. Whether you actively followed what he was doing or not, his persona was so strong in the Flesh and Blood community, and that's what I think everyone's going to miss more than anything, is at least that part of what he was doing. everyone had at least a little bit of experience with, not to mention those who really did look forward to running into him at the bigger events, like myself, like I was saying. But just to tell you one extra little story about how wonderful Paul is. The first time I met him was at the Pro Tour Baltimore, and I was sitting with some friends just playing like a post-event, just some flesh and blood. And my really good friend David was with me at the time, younger kid. I think he had like just turned 18, and he was hanging out with me. Paul comes over and is doing like a little bit of a vlog behind the scenes for his channel, his posting a short or whatever it is. And we have like a very short interaction. And he only like briefly talks to David. And we kind of, like say a funny thing for the camera wave. He hangs out a bit. We get to talking just a little bit more about basically like the joys in life. It was an interesting conversation. But we started talking about his kids and how just the fun that we were all having. Like, how crazy was this? We're all the way in the U.S. It's like David's here, a kid from Michigan who I pulled all the way to New Jersey because he hadn't traveled much before, and it was just like a fun little conversation. Then in Worlds, I ran into Paul again, and David wasn't with me. And to Paul's perspective, I don't know if David ever left like a real mark on him or what. Like, David wasn't like Paul's friend, it was just someone that I was hanging around with at the time. But I run into Paul, and one of the first things he asked me is, oh my gosh, like by name, hey, where's David? Like, that kid was like really cool. I wonder what he's up to. Is he all right? What's he doing? Like, he must be like 19 now or whatever it is. And it was just so cool that he could recall that. Like, there's just a friend of mine who I had back in New Jersey with me, who he had taken like at least a little bit of a vested interest in, to the point where he was curious, like, what's up with David? Well, what's he doing? It was just like a really cool moment, because that was beyond just, hey, we can easily have conversations about Flesh and Blood cards. We can, talk about Boltyn all day, Levia, whatever. But no, the first thing he was inquisitive about was, hey, like, what's David up to? I miss that guy, which was just so cool, so sweet. And then we spent an amazing time together at Worlds anyway, went to dinner multiple times. I stayed at his hotel for the first night. He's a great dude. We went and got lunch in the middle of one of the days, and just went and ran into like some of the strangest Americans ever. But at the end of the day, they were like really friendly people. And Paul's takeaway was, wow, like, I love how people can just talk here. It's so cool. They're telling me their life story, like, over a sandwich. Like, anyway, Paul, very special person, very genuinely positive person. And I hope I'll run into him again. I hope so. But if we don't have Flesh and Blood in common, then I don't really see how that would happen. He was like a very good Flesh and Blood friend, but we never got to like, the personal friendship, really, I don't think. Which is maybe more so my end. I'm very terrible at like reaching out and sending messages to people. I mean, like, even my high school friends, they when I'm in town, like, I'll go hang out with them, but otherwise, like, I'm not messaging them to make sure we're keeping in touch. I think I take a little bit of that for granted, So maybe my bad to not call Paul like a true personal friend because of that. I've never reached out. To reach out now would feel a little disingenuous, but I do care about him. I hope he's okay. Not here to speculate about why he left. It's only speculation, right? He said what he wanted to, and anything beyond that is just not worth digging into, So that's it. Tall Timmy. He is, he's gone. It's hard to even go back and like reference, how positive he was. The YouTube channel has had its videos taken down. You can't like DM the Twitter account like it's a true purge of the Tall Timmy brand. But if you've got even a little memento left, like, I still have my playmat that he gave me, the Tall Timmy playmat. I'm gonna cherish that sucker now more than ever. Anyway. Geeks first. The hardest part is that the videos are gone. That one is tough to stomach. It is very odd as well, to really pull the entire YouTube down like that. Like I said, not going to get into speculation there. I've taken down a couple videos, just things I wasn't like personally super happy with. So maybe that's what it's tied to. Oh, I said we're not speculating, but he did say in the letter itself that looking at FaB things is going to sadden him, reminding him of happier times. That could be part of it. Just taking down the YouTube means there's nothing he can ever go back to with nostalgia, yada yada. Maybe that's it. Whatever. Where can you find the letter to the community? It was posted on his Patreon, but then it's also been shared around on Twitter, a bunch of Discords, things like that. There's only one part that's like specifically addressed to his Patreon, but otherwise it's an explanation of, well, not even like a true explanation, but it's the details that we've been granted about the situation of why he's stepping away. But there you go. There you go. Anyway. In celebration of the wonderful Tall Timmy and his passions for the game and his absolute diehard love for Boltyn. Yes, his favorite hero in the game was Boltyn. We're going to play Boltyn today. And I also truly am a Boltyn enjoyer. Closeted Boltyn enjoyer, more than anything. I used Boltyn as my intro deck when I would get people into the game. I would whip out a Boltyn deck, like a Raiden Boltyn deck, and a mid-range dash deck, and show people the complexities of Flesh and Blood with that matchup. Very mid-rangey matchup, a lot of decision points that were punishable, because Dash is a deck that's like, I mean, it's attack heavy, but also there's the non-attacks, so you got some interaction there on like what you blocked with to give +1s or not. You had Boltyn, who was obviously like a bit more complex with the extra layer of light as a talent, soul charging, yada yada. So between those two decks, I felt like I could really introduce people to a beautiful like game that would exemplify why Flesh and Blood is so wonderful. And if you were a Magic player, you most of the time ended up picking Dash because they liked the idea of permanence, putting items in play. They got it. And that meant I would normally be on the other side playing Boltyn more. But then we'd flip-flop and just have a bunch of games. This is back when I worked in my LGS in Michigan, but it was my go-to. It was my literal go-to. Like, no sideboarding, just like take this 60, and let's play a good game of FaB. So I have deep respect for Boltyn. He just plays so fair, and mid-range Dash also plays so fair. They were two very fair decks against each other, and they were always great games. Great games. Have you seen the We Make Best list? Yes. So actually, I do have like 5 lists that we're gonna just like spam and try. Used to work in an LGS? That's lit. Yeah, well, back in college, I had an LGS that was super close to me, near and dear to my heart, Odyssey Games. And I would go there almost every day. Not as an employee, but just to go hang out, play games, talk. To survive the winter as well was a big one, because in Michigan, especially during the winter months, like campus was miserable because you were just kind of like locked in your dorm. Even going outside and like trekking to like the main hall or something, like it wasn't as fun as just, I could spend all day at an LGS. So I would wake up early, trudge over. Well, it wasn't early. They like opened at noon, and just spend all day there because there's a Jimmy John's right next door as well. So those were my meals, right? All through the winter, just get a Jimmy John's, and the LGS was my company. And I was lucky that they didn't find me annoying. Instead, we played many good games together and made many friends there and became pretty close with the store owner and staff. And then at a different point, a couple years later, when I was actively looking for a more stable job again, because I'd just been working in like restaurants during college and like after school programs, I approached Odyssey and asked if I could work there, not just kind of be around, bumming around. And they said yes. And even though I have nothing to do with Magic, literally still know nothing about Magic really, I could upsell you on like a commander deck, because all you need to do is tell me, I like vampires. Well, I got the deck for you, whatever it is. But yeah, my main thing was to be the Pokemon guy. So that's when I dove deep into Pokemon and ran a bunch of the events and really had fun with that. The Pokemon community was amazing. And then Flesh and Blood kind of took over. And if I hadn't been working at LGS, I don't think I would have dipped into Flesh and Blood, honestly, because That's why I was so close with the store owner and trusted him so much when he literally dropped everything and told me, holy crap, Flesh and Blood is the game. The game. And this is the person who had been playing Magic since like the day it came out, you know? So if I didn't have so much respect for his opinions when he told me that like Flesh and Blood was it, I probably wouldn't have swapped either. But yeah, but Pokemon's fun. I'm fine with Pokemon. It's cool. Like I get to hang out with just really positive people all the time in the Pokemon community. They were so fun. I do miss them. Shout out to the Kalamazoo Pokemon community, who's apparently still going strong, which is awesome. Technical question. Oh, okay, here we go. As Dread Screamer is best BFF. Oh, okay, I was trying to think, like, what acronym is that? Blood Dripping Frenzy? No, that's BDF. Best Friends Forever with Graveling Growl. Why isn't Ram Raider Best Friends Forever with Shadowpede? I'm using this combo and it works fine as a 3-card 12. Why don't you use Ram Raider? Because that's the only combo. It's the only way Ram Raider feels good, right? Is to have Ram Raider, have a blue, and have the Shadowpede as the only cards in your hand, right? And there's a lot of situations in Levia where that just doesn't work. A lot of your blues don't block. Some of your reds also don't block, right? You've got like the Art of Wars that can gum it up. So for you to just like naturally draw into the only combination of cards that feels good with Shadowpede, or sorry, with Ram Raider is not worth it for me. Not worth it at all. You can also just get a bunch of value off Shadowpede in a bunch of other scenarios. Banishing it off Art of War is obviously the biggest one. You can just play it next to Dread Screamer as well, which is fine. But I think the biggest upgrade that Shadowpede added to the deck, and if you watch the games on Monday, I think it even came up like twice on stream, it's just another 1-card 18 non-conditional play for Blood Rush. So you can do the whole claw curve of Claw 1 cost for 18 damage, resetting Arsenal off of Blood Rush, that now is no longer conditional, you know? Boneyard Marauder was your only card that could do that before. If you wanted to play a Graveling Growl for that cost curve, you had to discard a Mark of the Beast. You had to discard a Beast Within, which also you can't just always line up, right? But now, you've got extra options to just have the 3-card 18. And it's better in some cases because it doesn't make you play into Blood Debt, which can be big for the early game as well. So Shadowpede has so many use cases outside of Ram Raider. Ram Raider has one use case, and it's only next to that one singular card, right? So it's just, if you're trying to build a consistent Levia deck, there are more ways to get a 3-card 12 out of your deck than throwing in a 1-of that pairs with a 1-of. That'd be what I think about it. You can run it, because at worst it blocks 3, and it's fine played from Plasmafet, but I wouldn't run it with my goal being, we're going to 3-of this sucker next to the 3-of Shadowpede and like make that the combo. That just won't come up as much as you think. As a flexible card that you don't mind blocking with, you don't mind getting in Plasmafet, sure, as like a 1 or 2, if it comes up, it's fine. I just didn't find the room in that. I didn't find the room in the list that I was playing for that. But that's, I think, where it'll end up living more than anything. Been playing a lot of yellow-lined aggro Boltyn, and man, it's fun, and maybe even competitive. I've been using Art of War and E-Strike to give it those aggro turns. That's interesting. I mean, if you're yellow, then Art of War probably fits right in. Because you need to keep the yellow for, what, like... Oh, my lack of Boltyn knowledge is going to show deeply this stream. What is it, like Prayer of Irenia or something? There's something now that cares about seeing a yellow on top. So more yellow power cards. Makes sense. Any good alternatives for Swing Big? Yeah, you can run Red Hungering Slaughter Beast if it's not in the list. That's totally fine. Totally fine. The one thing, though, that Swing Big does these days that is just so critical, is let you have a strong, like, trade turn into your consume flip. Because you do run into this issue with Levia. Here, we'll just, like, throw cards on the screen so you can follow. You do run into this issue with Levia, where the turn that you want to flip, right, needs to be a turn where you don't take Blood Debt. If you turn off Blood Debt, or no, sorry, the turn that you flip needs to be a turn that you do take Blood Debt. So if you play a turn that turns off Blood Debt, it normally is your good turn, because that's your Dread Screamer, that's your Art of War, you know, something along those lines. So if you want to maintain tempo and kind of launch into Plasmafet Consumed into closing the game pretty quickly, like having tempo still in your court when you flip, you need to have a play that is strong without turning off Blood Debt. And so Swing Big is like insane for that play now. Insane. Because it was a good early game card. It was fine drawing after an Art of War, but it kind of like sucked mid-game. It just became a blocking card. But now you don't have to play that way at all. Now you can legitimately say, oh, shoot. Like, I'm getting close to the flip. I'm going to Arsenal swing big. That is my flip turn. My flip turn is going to be a 2-card 8, which is massive. 2-card 8, great rate, into being able to turn into consumed without having your turn have just been, I'm going to block 12, or I'm going to block 9 swing claw, because I'm afraid that if I do anything else, I'm going to turn off Blood Debt and kind of miss my window here, right? So swing big, very, very good. Which is why maybe it doesn't translate well swapping directly to like Hungering Slaughterbeast, because Hungering Slaughterbeast would be a card that turns off Blood Debt. So then you'd have to play a bit differently. You'd have to make sure that your flip turn is really just like a claw type of deal. So yeah, it's a very important card right now. You could also try, shoot, I guess like Red Smash Instinct or something if you really want like the filler role of an early game playable that also works on your flip turn. But those incremental damage points, they matter. Going from 7 to 8 and having the flexibility of like pitching yellow for it, pretty good. Pretty good. So yeah, try that. Try like, Red Hungerings. If you don't love it, try Red Smash Instinct. If you don't love it, then, at that point, maybe just throw in an extra like yellow 6, and that'll kind of balance the deck better anyway. Like another yellow Hungering Slaughterbeast. I'm not running those, right? Do you want an aggro Raiden Boltyn deck list? I've got a bunch that we're going to try, and we're going to try ones that everyone has access to, because there are plenty to pull from the internets here. We've got, obviously, We Make Best, as they even say it in the intro here. Hold up, it's going to pop up. They obviously are big fans of doing the like pump and dump on the Royal deck list as soon as the set comes out, right? So we were all waiting for this. We were waiting for them to pump out a Royal. Makes sense that it's Raiden. I can't see this being like a Prism thing or Vynnset. There's a world where they just drop like a Royal Levia deck list, but they wouldn't be like the ones to really have innovated on that. There was Sam in... Oh, Sam is based in Auckland, I think. Oh my god, he might be Australian. Well, anyway. There is a Sam... No, he's in New Zealand. There's a Sam who played Royal Levia to top 8 in ProQuest, and that deck list made the rounds. So I don't know if they'll really like go Royal Levia, because it's kind of like been done, you know? Anyway, they've got a Royal Boltyn, which honestly looked really cool. Looked very fun. Because the plan here is to legitimately like have a flipboard, which is like pretty black and white. I love it when decks work out this easily. Of if my opponent's trying to block me, I'm playing a different way. If my opponent's trying to race me, I'm playing a different way. And like that's that. So we might not get Royal games every game, right? Because we do have to respect like the hit effect matchups, whatever. But the deck looks really fun. The deck does look fun. We are going to be playing this at least to start. Unless other people hate it. But you shouldn't. We Make Best makes good stuff. As they say. As is literally in their title, you know? I'm not sure if I'm really like ready to jump in. Let me actually look at the list a little bit first. So I have a grasp on like what's actually in the deck. What can we play for, you know? We Make Best needs to be We Make Royal at this rate. Pretty true, Josh. Pretty true. Pretty true. You have a significantly better Royal list. Okay, go ahead, Ethan. Go ahead. Send me that list. We'll play a couple games with this and then see if the improvements are that drastic. Go for it. Okay, so we've got Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn, with, I guess, the core equipment pieces that never change for this kind of list. Ironsong versus Raiden, Duskbane, and Snapdragons. Let's just double check down here. Okay, yeah, gloves can change because of AB. That makes sense. But otherwise, we're always sticking with that. Some of the new cards I don't recognize, we're just going to click over, so I don't have to read them in-game. Beaming Bravado. As an additional cost to play this, you may charge your hero's soul. Makes sense. This is one of the yellow ones, though. This is what some people complained about. If it was yellow specifically, gets +1. Sure. Well, a pretty big payoff, though, because that automatically makes this able to extend your turn. The +1 lets Boltyn give it go again. That's pretty cool. We're even running that in yellow, I guess, which... makes sense. Sure. Light the Way. As an additional cost to play this, you may charge your hero's soul. When this hits, if a yellow card would charge, then it gets go again. Oh, that's interesting. Seems very contextual, but it might come up. It might come up. I guess it means your opponent in an aggro matchup does have to block this, or you're just kind of getting a go wide for free. The issue is always going to be, you know, this is a 2-card 3. In theory, it getting go again baseline is going to mean you swing Raiden, so you're like 2-card 6ing at minimum on that. But obviously that's not how Boltyn really plays. You play for larger hands, so to just call it like 2-card math, whatever, is not super fair to the deck. Spirit of War, as an additional cost to play this, you may charge your hero's soul. If a yellow card was charged this way, whenever an attack action card hits this combat chain, create a courage. This is pretty good. I mean, that's a splash effect for the entire turn. Whenever an attack action card hits, create a courage. It won't count Raiden. I know people were complaining about that. It doesn't count Raiden, even though Raiden is in the card art here. I mean, that's Boltyn, actually. I mean, this is straight up Boltyn in the card art here. And... Whoa, okay, hold up. Look at that art. Is that not Celestial Cataclysm in the background here? You see this? Look at that. I mean, this dude is a cloud, and he's got that halo going for him. And now look at this. There's a cloud. It's got that halo going on. It is a Boltyn card. This is a Prism quote, so maybe it's not like super tied to Boltyn. Anyway, that's cool though, if that's actually connected. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Take flights, we know what that does. Banner of Courage. When this is charged to your hero's soul, create a courage. Sick. When it's charged, create a quicken. Sick. When it's charged, if something hits, gain 1. Busted card. Light of Soul. When this is pitched, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's yellow, you may put it into your hero's soul. Cool. Yeah, so I guess we're not trying to pitch too much, but there are the hands that come up with like the take flights, the Valiants, the Vs, like those combination of cards. If you've got the multiple, then you are going to pitch a yellow for that kind of turn. There's good payoff there. You get good value out of it. What you don't want to do is pitch when you only have the singular 1 cost, unless there's nothing else to do. Lumina Ascension, insane. My god, the lines that come from Lumina now with Spirit are just, they're so juicy. I've never actually played Boltyn post Spirit. This wasn't in the like kind of starter deck that I would play at my LGS. So I have never actually been behind the pilot seat of a Boltyn with Spirit and Lumina out, but my god, it looks so strong. Prayer of Bologna. Okay, this is the yellow card. Your next attack this turn gets +2. Reveal the top card of your deck. If it's yellow, put it in your hand, then charge your hero's soul. Watching We Make Best gameplay on this really made this card look good. The fact that this can kickstart your turn into like Raiden being your first attack. So cool. So cool. And that's literally like not a play Boltyn ever had before, is to lead with Raiden. Does that actually come up? I guess it lets you bait like, you know, a snatch being the last thing you throw a little bit better, I guess. But very cool, because that playline just didn't exist. You couldn't lead with Lumina, and now you can lead with Lumina, which is very cool. Here we go. Sideboard stuff. Beckoning Light. If a yellow card was charged this way, whenever an attack action card hits, you may put an attack action from your graveyard on top of your deck. Okay, so that must be in kind of like the blockout matchups. Your ability to cycle your better attacks makes sense. Courageous's Fates. I loved what We Make Best said about Fate as well. Fate over Sync, because at worst, like, if you're running Sync, you're only filtering your hand, but if, you know, there was a card you didn't like in your hand, you could just, like, charge that anyway, you know? But what Fate is doing is actually now providing the peak on top to make sure it's a yellow or not. Because now there's actual synergy of needing a yellow on top for this guy, yellow on top for this guy. So I like that theory. It was why I almost defaulted to Fate anytime I was running D-Reacts in Levia for, I mean, old reasons of, like, needing to rely on some draw discards. It was almost more important for me to, like, peek the top of the deck on a draw discard than it was to sync a hand that was kind of bricked otherwise, to, like, maybe look for a better resource card, maybe look for a pitch card. It was always so close. It was always so close. Sync did win out in the end, but I was so biased towards Fates because I have the Taiwanese Fates and I want to run them, you know? The perfect world for me is running a deck that has the Fates, the Sigils, the the Scars. I mean, what deck is that? Like Emperor? Oh, but I don't have the Marvel CNCs. And you wouldn't get to run the Cold Foil Pummels in that list either. There's got to be a deck, though. There's a deck that can run all the blink. We'll find it one day. Snatch obviously makes sense. Banneret of Protection. This one's the Spellbane. Cool. The Cash-Ins, the Soul Shield. And yeah, sure. This all makes sense. Let's run it. Let's run it. And let's try not to, like, punt. Boltyn's bad, but he's not that bad. He's definitely capable of winning games. We got Frog trademarked versus Mansant on Boltyn. What a matchup. Good luck, have fun. So I imagine we just go Royal against this. It could be the Fatigue Katsu. Some people are believers. Some people are believers. But I don't think this guy is. He's a frog after all. Okay, I think we do it. Although, you know what? We're on Royal, but at the same time, I wouldn't hate having a little bit of the D-React package in. Maybe we do, in theory, go mid-range, because we don't want to just get slammed with everything a Katsu does, do we? Can Boltyn outrace Katsu if we just go Royal? I actually think it probably can anyway. Interesting, interesting. Alright, so if we swap to mid-range, then it does give us the defensive package, gives us better armor. I think I've got to try the mid-range. I think I've got it. There's no way Boltyn races Katsu. That just doesn't make sense. Not anymore. Let's try the mid-range version first. Probably a throw. Okay. Oh, we're also at 62 cards. Awkward. Let me move this. There we go. Alright, the misplay counter is... I've got my finger on the button, let's say, because it's definitely coming. Holy! Alright. Beautiful new cards, beautiful new cards. I mean, I've got a pretty free way to just slam, take flight. Raiden, get a Banneret to sit on a Courage for next turn. Okay, yeah, so actually, isn't it just take flight, charge Banneret, Arsenal Soul Shield? It's probably fine. Or is it this one to charge instead? I'm gonna just do this. Arsenal the Soul Shield. Play it slow. I don't want to swing the Raiden because it's a waste of the Courage, right? We'll take the damage leak. Call it good. Okay, okay. A V turn, but we have Soul Shield and Arsenal, so probably not the turn we want to go for. This is probably what we want to Arsenal. So in that case, the best 2-card hand we could do... Fortunately, with no red, it doesn't look too strong. Banneret makes another Courage. So I think in theory, I'm pitching the Bolt of Courage into Soul Shield this turn, using Beaming Bravado to charge the Banneret, and then swing Raiden. Or do I just take the V turn? Is that even possible? I think it's a waste, because I'd be floating the pitch without using it on like a Via the Vanguard. Or not Via the Vanguard, Valiant Thrust, the other V card. Okay. Haha. Good value on this Soul Shield. Alright. In terms of 2-card hands, I guess I should go ahead and keep Bolt, because if that hits, that can at least extend. We don't need this to have the +1, because it's going to get the +1 off Courage anyway. Oh, don't forget to pay into Iron Song. Okay, that's what the one floating can go to. Ah, true, true. Good point. Good point. Totally forgot about that. Even so, I don't think it's right to force the V hand with the Arsenal being defensive like that. Let's do this. This might lead to something. You know, if we draw another 0 cost, whatever, drop it. Raiden, then drop it. Arsenal V. We'll go for a big turn. Yeah, Flusterfist didn't have go again, but I don't want the Soul Shield and Arsenal, right? Should I spend a soul? No, I don't think I want to break the Courage again. Let's just let it sit. He's already giving up 2 decent cards. I don't think I'm too scared of next turn. That's fine. Ooh. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Alright, I probably take... Oh, it's just an E-strike? Snap, no blocks, baby. Let's go. Alright. So, take flight is a 1 cost if we want to play it that way. Obviously, we're trying to charge the spirit. We are... What? Going to pitch the bolt to charge spirit? That might be it, right? That might be it, because this is just going to be a 1 for 4. I don't think I really need this to hit. This is just going to be a free attack as well. So it's going to be via the Vanguard, charge... Or no, sorry. Iron Song versus. Via the Vanguard, charge Spirit. Into just dropping this whole hand. I have enough soul for it. Alright, let's go. Does V give the plus on Spirit, even though... Like, it is charged, right? I think it is. It does count as charged. I guess we're about to find out. Is it more damage to go ahead and charge with the Beckoning? No, right? Because this is going to come in as a 0 for 4. If I charge it now, it's only going to give 1, 2, 3. So it's actually worth more to keep it. Oh, wait. Oh, hold up. Oh, I messed up with the take flight. Oh, I already messed up how that turn was supposed to go. Because the take flight was going to... Okay. Sorry. Come on, opponent. Alright. Yeah. So we weren't going to pay into Iron Song versus. That's right. My bad. Okay, let's give this go again. Let's not mess that up. There's no hit effects on this turn, right? So it doesn't really matter the order that any of this is dropped. If a yellow card was charged this way... Oh, but that's only counting itself. Yeah. So this really doesn't do anything. Okay, I'll just drop my cards. No need to charge. This already has go again. Already has go again. Don't need to do the react. Then we'll do the Raiden, I guess. Order's a little sloppy. I think Raiden should have gone second. Withhold the information, you know? Okay. So what was that? That was a 5-card hand in the end for the development of Spirit, which is probably like the biggest win on that turn. But then it was 5, 9, 14, 18. So it was a 5-card 18 with the development of Spirit. That seems pretty good. Obviously, we're just going to sit on Lumina on this hand, so this hand is a defensive play. We can't 1-card a Celestial because we don't have the soul. There's no charge card anyway, so it's just... Yeah, like pitch this back in with Celestial, block with this, Arsenal Lumina, and that's going to be the turn. Alright, I should hit the misplay counter as well, because I did have to undo that thing. Alright, misplay. You see that? It's up. Tall Timmy wouldn't be proud, man! He wouldn't be proud of that line. Alright, what are we thinking? Is this actually worth doing the Soulbound turn for? Because this would prevent 1 of that damage. So it would block 2. I would charge... Okay, no, this actually wouldn't do anything on the charge. It would block 2, but they're probably going to Breaking Scales, right? So should I really overblock this? It's a singular card draw. It's not really like a combo turn from them. It's just a damage turn. If they give Breaking Scales on this just to hit draw a card, that does unlock like the Katsu as well, though. So I am kind of in the business of wanting to overblock this, I feel. I feel. So if I'm going to overblock it, I might as well just soul shield this attack, right? Equipment plus card technically saves me like 1 life. But I don't even know if soul shield is going to stop like the full 6 this turn. I'm just going to give it soul shield. The hand is pure defense anyway. I can't do anything aggressively with this hand, so. Ooh, okay. Well, now it could launch into something different, obviously. This, breaking scales, it hits, they discard this, they get a bonds. Bonds pulls the Fluster Fist, and I'm under threat again of the Mastraw, because it'll be 3 wide. They could also just naturally have the bonds, you know? They could. I think I don't mind, though, if they get the Mastraw playing that way, because they're probably going to be 1 card inefficient. So, you know what? I'm just going to let them have it. They're going to break scales on this. They're going to discard this, pull a bonds, get the Fluster out. But this card should be inefficient unless it is the Ancestral, so I don't think I care about the Mask, actually. Let's just do this, make them break scales. We'll fight our way back. Okay. Oh, much weaker than I thought. Much weaker. Cool. Alright, we've got the 2 soul now because of the soul shields. We might look at Soulbound Resolve on our next defensive turn. I feel okay with how the blocks went that turn. The Soul Shield was maybe like a little greedy, but I feel like giving card plus armor wasn't entirely worth. I won't call that a true misplay. I mean, it worked out, right? It worked out. We were going to Soul Shield no matter what, because our arsenal was always going to Lumina here. Oh, baby. All right. This is the hand. This is the hand. We keep this hand. Hit me, Katsu. Hit me. Just do your worst. Do your freaking worst. Let me just make sure that's not a meme and that's actually what we're doing. I would assume... Alright, this turn, because I've got soul out, is this like a double charge V type of thing? I don't have that much soul to like really make beacon work, but I guess I could beacon for another Lumina, since this is relatively like a short game. I could V, pitch here, charge Banneret of Gallantry, beacon for another Lumina, and then just go crazy, and I think I'm fine. I think we just eat anything Katsu does this turn and pull that off. I think that's what happens. Seems good. Seems good. Yep. If we block this, we're going to get punished anyway. They've got an inefficient pitch to start it off. I think we are sitting pretty. Banish a Snatch. Nice. That's like one of the cards I don't want him to end the combat chain on. If it's raw damage, it's raw damage. But if it's a hit effect, things get questionable. And that would have been a 5 attack Snatch, so bye-bye. We're okay with that. Soul Bond would not prevent any damage. It is not the first damage of the turn. What does this say? The first time you'd be dealt damage each turn, if you've charged, prevent 1 of that damage. So you have to Soul Bond the first attack? Whoa. Wow, that like really pigeonholes you. I mean, I'm sure it's still fine. Like, charging on defense, a temper 3-piece. Can't complain too much, right? But that is more narrow than I thought. Yeah, so it's raw damage, you know? It's raw damage. It won't be an actual dishonor turn. They were inefficient with their pitch, which I appreciate, so let's just let it land. And then comes the bonds. Well, we're not dead. Not dead is good. Oh, you know what? They paid. Did they pay into the V like water? I don't think they did, right? Or did they? Oh, they must have, because Descendant got the +2. Oh, so they did pay here. Okay, so Dishonor is live. All right, well, we'll block with armor. There's a whole fridge here. I thought that this pitch went into the Art of War. And then the next one went into Descendant, though. But that doesn't make sense, because this came in for 6. So the first one went into paying for the Be Like. And then the next one went into paying for the Art of War. That's what happened. Alright, so we got to block 6 here. We're playing around the Breaking Scales. Can't play around the Ancestral. But that's fine. I mean, we have a fridge for a reason. Let's do it. Is there any reason to sink a card? I guess the only difference would be sinking Bolt. Because if this can turn into a yellow pitch, then I can pay into Iron Song Versus. So I should sink the Bolt, I believe. I don't think there's a miss in this version of the deck. Let me double check. Oh, no, it could miss. There's the Fates. Alright, I'm not sinking. I'm not sinking. We haven't seen a Fate. No charge. No sink. We will keep it as is. Okay. Can we actually flip? Can we actually flip this turn? Okay, in terms of combat chain, we're not paying into this first, so we can just lead with V, pitch, charge. Go ahead, let this do its thing. I'm going to beacon. For a Lumina. I'm also going to give it... Oh, actually, should I... I have a Quicken, right? So hold up. I have a Quicken. I'm going to have 1 card left in Soul. So actually, I don't need to Snaps. I don't need to. Maybe I should to protect my next turn, though, in theory. This is going to go up to 5. I'm going to banish the Soul, give it go again. I'll have 1 left. My first Raiden. Oh, you know, I have action points from Spirit. I have action points from Spirit. We're good. We're just gold, right? Yeah. That's right, because they're now instants. They are now instants. Okay. Let's let this resolve. Pull the Lumina. Give it go again. Actually, I didn't have to do that either. I could have just Lumina'd. But the cheeky play is you swing Raiden and then you drop Lumina, right? It's the cheeky play. They know I have the Lumina, though, so it's actually not that cheeky. Whatever. I was just straight inefficient on the action points then, because I'm going to have too many action points. There we go. Yeah, this was just... The cheeky play doesn't make any sense. They knew I had a Lumina. So I was just straight wasteful on the Soul. But it's okay, they're letting it hit. I've got the Soul now. It's all coming back. It'll be fine. That's a misplay, though. There we go. Beacon on Raiden gives me an extra 3 damage. You're saying let the first Raiden hit with only 1 Lumina? And then Beacon? Is that what you mean? Otherwise, how would it deal more damage? The first Raiden would have to hit. They'd let me get the Soul, then I would be able to Beacon for more damage. I don't think I want to do that, though. That just clears out my Soul. 5 Soul is fine. You know, I get the Celestials live now. I also am just pretty set on always burning it, even if it looks a bit awkward. Okay, I mean, this hand's playable. Blue Whelming? Yes, I will say no blocks, sir. Banished 1 more on Beacon in the end? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. 1 more damage. Just for 1 more damage. Because I don't know if I'll actually use the entire 5 here, right? So if I end the game with Soul, then I did miss a damage. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Gonna wait. This hand's a little sad, but, you know, at minimum, I can just go Bolt. No, it would be pay into Iron Song, Bolt charge here, Snaps Raiden Valiant would be my play, but then Snaps is gone. But you would think in theory the Courage token does hit, if that's the case. They pulled a Dishonor. So if I give the 2 armor, they obviously breaking scales because they just want to force the mask on the next hand. So if I want to shut them out of the game properly, it would really be let this hit, they go in for the Dishonor. If I want to turn off breaking scales, or just give them a random arsenal, who cares? It would be armor plus the fate. My turn is then just Bolt of Courage, charge Valiant. That's it. That is an incredibly weak turn out of this hand. I really need that 4th card to kind of make the turn work, so I think I just ignore everything they do. I don't care. They're at 5. That's my win con. Just kill them. And this is not live. Alright, we go for the Iron Song pitch. We go for the Bolt of Courage charge. This is where Snaps, like, I guess, has to be used, because in theory they just, like, block with Mask, right? Shouldn't you armor block on the Whelming to deny the mask overall? Well, we didn't know their next card in hand was Bonds, so it could have just been they're clearing out like a... Oh, well, actually it always would have been, right? Because otherwise, why wouldn't they pitch in a Kadachi? Yeah, that's true. Because that card came from hand, not Arsenal. If it was in Arsenal, then it would make sense that like maybe they're just trying to get rid of a trash card that got stuck there. But that is not how it played. It was the Whelming from hand, the Bonds was in Arsenal. So actually, yes. Committing the 1 block would have made that a lot safer. Well, now they're giving it +1, so I don't need to Snaps, which is cool. So let's do that. Appreciate that, opponent. But yeah, we'll call that was another misplay. True. In my head, they were burning the Whelming out of Arsenal, but that's not actually what happened. Oh, yeah. Let's give this go again. Let's drop the Valiant. They've got to block or they die. It could be an Art of War, could be an even bigger. Alright, they're not dead. Darn close, though. Darn close. Alright, we got the Celestial hand. We've got a Beacon in hand. What do we... I mean, we're going to win off the Beacon alone. So that should pretty much be it, right? We're going to win off the Beacon alone. But it doesn't hurt to, I guess, have the Celestial, so technically most damage would be to... Most damage would be to actually... What, charge the Beacon 3, 6? 13. I mean, they're just going to die to that. Beacon lets it be cheeky, though. If they overblock on the Beacon, then I just swing the Raiden and kill him on that side. I win no matter what here. It's not worth the stress. We'll do it this way, though. Also, paying into Courage didn't matter. Okay. So we can Beacon here at minimum. Just like go ahead, pull Lumina. So sure. They've got nothing anyway. they die. Good game. Good game. Oh, is it pitch the Fable? I thought it's when he charged the Fabled. Where's my soul? Oh, when it's pitched. Oh, I thought it was when it was charged. Oh, damn it. Oh, gotta zap myself one more time. Oh, come on. I thought it was when he charged it. But that wouldn't make sense, because then what does Prism do with it? Okay. It's when it's pitched. I get it now. Read the card. No, you know what? It was tactical, because if somehow they survive this turn, I want the Celestial in my deck over the Fabled. Boom. Planned. Playing the long game when the Katsu pivots to nothing but flick flax and deck out. That's what it was. Alright. Oh wait, oops. Let's just go homepage. Alright, what does this matchup feel like? What on earth does this matchup feel like? I'm down to go royal, baby. This is the race. We're gonna win it. Although, I don't know. Fates are pretty good. Fates specifically seem pretty decent. Over, like, the greedy cards. Like, truly, I don't think in good conscience I can't run the Fates. Even this seems like kind of greedy. I think I'm just gonna do it. I'm a little scared. I'm just a little scared. Alright, good luck, have fun. Boom. Oh! Baby, they're terrified. They're thinking, oh, I understand. Prism's got Merciful Retribution. Boltyn probably also has, like, that singular BS Arcane card. I'm gonna counter it. That was definitely their plan. Okay. My hand. If a yellow card was charged, it gets +1. Oh, we're busted. We're busted. I think this is the gas, right? This is like guaranteed go again. Into freaking Raiden's got Quicken now and on Bolt, Arsenal Beacon. Whoa. Although I've got no soul with Beacon, so that in Arsenal is probably going to feel pretty bad. So is it better to... No. There's no way. There's no way. I can burn it. Oh my god. The tech. I have no arcane. Alright, let's do the bolt next, just in case it changes things. If I've charged this turn. Yeah, so that doesn't matter. Give me the card draw. Give me the card draw. Let's do it. Drop me another, Actually, I don't even know what I'm trying to draw here. Is this good? My next attack gets +2. Reveal the top card. If it's a yellow, put it into my hand, then charge my soul. Oh, that's not bad, because I can pay into Ironsong Versus, right? Am I doing this? I think I actually am. I'm doing it. Oh! Wait, I thought it went to my soul. What happened here? Put it into my hand, then charge. Oh, then charge. Oh, okay, that's the trigger. Oh my god. Busted, dude. What the hell? I can't lose. I can't lose. That was insane. And we're getting a courage for next turn? Oh, mother. That was nuts. Boltyn best deck. Just to have every turn one look that good, right? Holy. See, that's why you side out the Fabled. Imagine you look at the Fabled in that position. Like, what do you do with it? Who needs that card? Get out of here. The flex is about hitting Spirit of Arenia turn 1. That's the real flex. That's all you need. I do own this card, so I should probably build Boltyn now. There's no way the rest of this deck is expensive. I'll probably play it my armory on Friday. This is kind of awesome. I'm enjoying this. Okay, so Swarming Gloomveil coming in for 6, obviously threatening embodiment. My hand has the courage token, so like Bolt automatically is going to gain go again. This one makes the quicken. So if I go Bolt, charge here, Raiden, drop Illuminate, that seems pretty darn strong. So I can block with Fate either on this turn if it matters, or Arsenal the Fate, because it won't matter on this turn. And I don't think it's going to matter on this turn. So let's let that sit in Arsenal. If it doesn't cover a breakpoint, then you might as well save it for the next turn. Alright. Yeah, I do want to lead with the charge card, because even though this would have +1 on courage... oh, I don't even have a soul yet anyway. Okay, yeah, I was going to say it wouldn't gain the +1 effect, because I wouldn't charge yet. But yeah, let's do it this way. Charge the Banneret. Go up to 3. Unfortunately, with the embodiment, they probably block this easily with a non-attack. But that's okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's draw a card. Spirit of War. Ooh, well, that kind of sucks, because charging the Fate doesn't do anything. Yikes. That one hurts, not gonna lie. That one hurts. So, I probably just pitch it into Ironsong Versus then. Or do I want this in Arsenal over the Fate? I think they're trying to keep their hand, right? So, I'd prefer to Arsenal the Fate. That's a leading card, Arsenal that? Ooh, but they're obviously trying to keep something here. If I can Fate on like a Snatch, that feels bigger than just Arseling Spirit. But then again, right, that's whenever an attack hits. That does seem like a bit of a blowout card to just pitch away. Alright, we're gamers. We're gamers. We're gamers. We're going to keep it. Let's do this. I do really want this to hit. I'm in dire need of soul. No, I do need to pitch to Versus first, right? Because... oh, no, it wouldn't matter with the combat chain. Yeah, okay. That's a misplay. I thought this... I thought maybe something would matter here in terms of needing to do this first. There's just no reason. This is free information for the opponent. Versus just needs to be before Raiden. It doesn't matter in this scenario. Oh, that's cool, though. It did hit. And now this hits. Pretty juicy. Pretty juicy. Okay. Alright. Thank God. Thank God we Arsenaled Spirit of War. Whoever in chat said Arsenal is sucker, thank you. Because look at this hand. This hand just wouldn't do anything without a charge card to kick off. It's still not that amazing, you know? Still a little tough. But at least it's playable now with Spirit. So they're leading with Rabble on a 5-card keep, so it's not their channel mount turn. So it must just be a lot of easy access 0 for 4s. Interesting. So our turn is going to be charge. Which one matters more? Wait, can I actually just play one of these aggressively? Off Tunic? Is that terrible? If I go Spirit, Charge, Banneret... no, that doesn't really make sense. Because that'd be like a 4 snaps play. So it really is just Spirit, Charge one of these suckers, Raiden into Illuminate. Sorry, I think. Hand is weird. Yes, the line really is just Spirit, Charge one of these into Raiden, Illuminate is all my turn's going to be. So I don't think I want either of these cards then. They can block. Or rather, this one can block. These two can block. Which is a bit awkward because I'm about to lead into my Tunic turn, right? I want that to be a good play, but it's really not working on this hand. Interesting, interesting. So let's just make sure I'm getting full value out of the block 6. There will be other opportunities, so I'm going to say no blocks on this. I could pitch one for Versus, but is that better than blocking 3? I'm going to get a Courage off the Banneret. Oh, but I guess the banner that gets wasted, doesn't it? Yeah, so there's the Scars as well. They played a Bramble Spark, but they did not fuse it. Okay. Wow, that's an interesting keep out of them, then. Doesn't seem like the best hand. Like, Bramble could have blocked 3, you know? Alright, so at this point, maybe I'm not getting full value. I'm gonna go ahead, block here. I probably should have blocked one more, but at least blocking here means that they can't have another Scar, which is relevant. So I'm fine with how the life's gonna be. Now it's just Rosetta. Okay, so I did miss... Oh, what on earth? Just dropped the snatch, bro. Alright, alright. Is it possible that the 1 life is worth more than the courage in this matchup? I don't have Arcane Barrier. So, like, I almost feel that the 1 life might be bigger than the 1 damage. Because in terms of needing the courage next turn, I don't. Because it's going to be Spirit, Charge. That is already going to have +1 from courage, so then it becomes Raiden into Illuminate. Like, that's the play, right? So, courage is a little bit wasted. I actually think I want the +1 life. Legitimately. They 100% are going to put a Lightning Surge in Arsenal, you say? That makes sense. I mean, yeah. It's just if they snatch, or if they play the snatch, there's like the threat of snaps, but yeah, I think I would ignore it no matter what anyway. I think I'm going to do the +1 life because courage isn't really going to matter. Or do I want to combine it with what this attack says? Whenever an attack action card hits. Oh, that's actually like so close. I'm going to value the 1 life and we'll see what difference it makes. We'll see. Gas. But I don't have Arcane Barrier. So part of having gas is making sure I don't just like die to, you know, Rosetta. Like I need an extra turn cycle potentially in like a late game, and the 1 life might be the difference maker. It's part of the gas plan, I promise. Okay, that's a free courage anyway, because that's hitting. So we go here. Drop the Illuminate. I'm hoping this one hits more than anything, because this is 2 very relevant hit effects for next turn. Going to Soul and getting another courage because of this. Seems pretty big. Alright. Now we've got Illumina, and we have a charging start. Okay, we're good. We're good. This hand, functional. Hand is very functional. We're blocking down with Celestial. Actually, maybe we don't block down with Celestial. We're about to potentially get Soul with Lumina, right? So it's going to be here, charge to 2. I will spend 1 because the courage is going to have go again anyway. Then it's going to be Lumina to Raiden twice without needing to use Soul. That could put me up to 3 Soul for Celestial to be relevant. I think I'm going to keep the Celestial. Let's try not to block with it. Let's see what happens. Their next hand has a runic in it. This is not an aura. Okay. Spirit won't be under threat next turn. Alright, same deal. No block. No block. Is this the We Make Best build? It is the We Make Best build. It looked fun. It looked fun. We're giving it a go. Last game was really fun. I think Boltyn is just... Oh, he's just such a fun hero to explore. Very nuanced as well. Like, I'm definitely making micro errors all over the place, especially since I'm not in the Levia mindset of, like, knowing the deck and understanding, like, what the next hand could look like and planning for that better. That's, like, the Levia difference of... I mean, I live, eat, and breathe that hero, you know? So, with that, I mean, I see the 4 cards and my mind's spinning of, okay, now the next hand is probably going to play this way, so we're gonna have to craft the arsenal a bit differently, yada yada. In Boltyn, I don't know, we're just kind of playing the top 4 as they come, and it's working. It is working for now. I don't think I care about this. I don't think I care at all. This can hit. This can hit. I don't know. Is Tunic going to do anything this game? I'm worried. I'm worried, you know? Because if it's not going to do anything this game, is it actually worth block with Celestial Tunic versus? Just go for the 6 block? Shut this down? The modes they're likely to say are probably quicken and draw. You figure that this is a 0 for 4. They probably just drop it, and then any card they draw lets them Rosetta. So that's like the big problem there. But if they say draw a card, my turn also, in theory, gets scarier. I think we're just going to let it hit, though. The Tunic resource is what's going to allow, like, a V turn off the top to be playable. Or even, like, a prayer, right? A take flight. We're just going to let it hit. In theory, even if they draw that sequence of cards, it's not lethal. I'd be at 3. But then there's the problem of, you know, dead to Rosetta. Dead to Arcane, rather. But we'll see. Maybe they don't even say that. They should be scared as well. They're at 11. I've got Spirit and Courage out. Like, watch I just draw another Lumina, right? Okay, opponent. Okay. I forgot what this Banneret even was doing. What did it do? Oh, it's the same heal one. Oh, okay, good. We're in. We're in now. This is a lot of healing. Alright, so they don't know I have a Lumina, so I am going to do it the cheeky way. You know? The cheeky way. And not play the Lumina until I've already swung with Raiden. We're also getting a card draw here. Light the way. Oh, hell yeah. Now I can actually use the Celestial. That will let me present lethal, actually. That would do it. That's the difference maker. Because the Lumina otherwise was just 4/4. Now I actually can present lethal. That seems pretty good. I mean, I'll hold it in hand for now. It doesn't matter if I do it now or later. Right? Would have been able to use Celestial if I snapsed. Not necessarily. If they block the Luminas, then I don't get to 3 soul. Although this one was always going to hit, right? Actually, yeah. This one was always going to hit. The first one was always going to hit. Ah, true. Misplay. The first one was always going to hit because they didn't know we had Lumina. That would have been 3. Correct, correct. It could still happen. It could still happen. I believe. Probably not. Okay. What on earth? No, it was actually never going to work this way because I have to burn 1 soul for it. Okay, so it wasn't possible because of that first punt. We are up there. I think I'm just going to end the turn with Light the Way and hold Celestial, right? Their 3-card hand won't be able to present lethal. I'll likely be able to lead the turn with a charge, get this off. Yeah, so we're just going to drop this, no charge. It's just 3 damage. If we draw any charge card, this is live now. Okay. Alright, we have the Tunic Take Flight turn, which actually we might not even want to do because we have the Valiant Thrust as well. We should just win. We're at 15 now. Opponent is just 2-card 7. In theory, they could Snaps Aether Ironweave, make this a 11 damage play. We still don't care. So this should be it. Should just be game. Okay, they're going to go for it, so they wasted a life. Sure. Just make sure we have more block to work with next turn. Okay, now in terms of charging, I can Tunic for Take Flight, charge this, puts me at 4 soul. I can Celestial drop Raiden. I mean, that's enough damage, right? 4, 7, 14, plus the Raiden, 17. Sure. Playing the Valiant is probably more damage, but this is already lethal. I won't worry about it. We have the kill turn. We have the kill turn. Not going to sweat it. There's nothing they can do to survive this. It's too much. 17 damage. Not counting the pluses. Oh, come on. Let me click it. This has go again, right? I don't see the symbol. What on earth? I charged a yellow, damn it! I mean, I have snaps anyway. I don't need the extra soul. It's okay. This has go again, though, right? Oh, when it hits. Oh, it's when it hits. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Well, either way, either way. They're gonna let it hit. I believe. Nice, nice. Here it comes. No, I don't want a Celestial first. It shows too much. Oh, wait. Oh, but it had go again. Oh, but it had go again. Yeah, so it would save me a soul. Oh, my God. Oh, true. And they live at 1 exactly. Alright, I'm trash. I'm Garbo. We're learning this. We're learning this. Uh-huh. I mean, but this is totally fine. Okay. This is all still fine. We get to go 4, 3, 3. They're at 1. They don't have an embodiment. Their blocks are going to be worse anyway. And of course, if they block with attacks, it gets +1. So this should be it. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's a little slow and steady. Just the tiniest bit slow and steady. Oh, I should have paid it. No, no, no. Actually, this one didn't matter. Because if it hits, they die. So leaving the one floating is scarier than paying an Iron Song. Not a misplay. We're fine. We win anyway, because they're showing that they would need to block 2 on this. Holy moly. Alright, we did it. We did it. Woo, what a roller coaster. What a roller coaster. You know what? Reading the card explains the card. Also, mapping out what has free go again and what doesn't definitely carries a lot of weight. Definitely carries a lot of weight. Alright, we gotta fix those few things. Also gotta remember, Snapdragons, we've now won both games. No, did I use snaps last game? I think I did. But we won this game without snaps, so that's obviously a misplay. I should have used it for higher value at some other point, and it was so obvious. It was the Celestial turn. In my head, we weren't necessarily getting to 3, because dropping the Lumina and needing the soul to hit was part of the requirements of getting Celestial, and normally if you see a Lumina, you block it, right? But the reality was, we could drop it with Spirit, so the first Lumina was always going to hit. Straight my bad. Straight my bad. I thought I had the theory right, I was wrong. So that could change, right? That could definitely change. The free go again stuff. I honestly forgot this said go again. Thought it was just banish 3 for 7, because that's already pretty strong. But there you go. There's that. There's that. If we keep getting carried by Prayer of Bologna's, then boom, there you go. That's all we need at the end of the day. Wow, raced. It was a race matchup, and we didn't even draw cash in or use snaps. But then again, the opponent is on Crown, which is just definitely wrong, obviously. Their deck is also a little clunked up. The Reinforce, it does not make sense in this matchup. The Runics don't make sense in this matchup. Sigils are probably fine. But yeah, like obviously sideboard is a bit off, and the Crown is wrong. Alright, there we go. Let's do another one. Let's do Vynnset. How does this matchup go? Well, Vynnsets love to go first, so we're not going to let that happen. This is going to be... Ooh, we don't even have blues, so I don't know if I care about AB. I think since there's literally no blues in the list, I'm just going to skip AB. The only way the AB is really relevant is in being able to deny like the entirety of a disruption turn, but their disruption turns are normally off the back of 3 or 4 rune chants, which you just can't protect without a blue. So I think we're going to give up on that. Screw it. Don't need it. And just play as aggro as possible. Just try to burn them down. That said, though, that said, Crown's probably pretty high value in protecting yourself from widespread destruction. So maybe we play aggro, but we can't do the cash-in thing. If that's the case, Their deck is a lot of attacks that block for 3 and then reduce to rune chance. Soul Shields probably don't feel awful. But definitely not the Fates. Definitely don't need the Fates. Bannerets also don't seem awful. But I don't think I need them. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, we're going to do this instead. 2 Soul Shield. Call it good on that front and just see what happens. No idea, honestly. Making it up. Making it up. Okay, pretty easy. I think I can lead with the Take Flight, Charge, Banneret, Arsenal, Beacon. Seems pretty good. Although that's only 1 soul. I don't know if Beacon's like too greedy at this point in the game or what. The other option is just don't attack because they could play out a reduce. But you know what? Like, charging is more important, I think. Actually, hold up. The right play might be to just not play the Take Flight then. Just Arsenal the Beacon, make sure that we have this charge card. Just beaming, do this. I don't think I need to get rid of the Take Flight per se. Let's just do this. Call that the turn. Yeah. That feels slightly better. Put the Take Flight in Arsenal over the Beacon. Just because, at minimum, this leads into the Tunic turn. Alright, they didn't have the reduce. Seems good. Alright, let's put this there. Alright, so in theory, we can hold this hand. Because it does pay for the Take Flight Valiant Thrust off the yellow. It's going to take charging or pitching the Beacon, charging the Banneret. It's also going to be leading with the Illuminate because of the Quicken. This is a little bit awkward, I guess, but I think it's worth it. We're trying to just kill them, after all. We are just trying to smack them. Hand doesn't really scale otherwise. And they're doing a do-nothing turn anyway. Alright, we smack them. We smack them. Let's lead with Illuminate. It'll eat the Quicken, it'll have go again. I'm not going to get the +1 on Boltyn's effect there, but I think that's fine. Just for how we need to conserve our go again sources. Like, obviously don't want to stack the Quicken on Take Flight, right? I can tutor Cashin with Beacon? Oh my god. What? Are you serious? That's so sick. Oh. I should have thought of this. Probably should have left it in then. If you can tutor out the Cashins, is that ever worth it over Illumina? Probably not, but it's a cool play. Alright, we do this now. Look at that soul. Soul's just... wow. From 1 to 3 real quick. We don't even need to burn one this turn because we've got the Quicken. Seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. Even so, this was a 5-card play for 8, 11. What is this going to be? 6, 17. So it's a 5-card 17. Not terrible. I mean, we're breaking numbers, at least. We're also off Arsenal in case they were ever going to widespread destruction. I doubt it, though. They're obviously going for annihilation, I would assume. So, might be in for some trouble next turn. It'll be our Tunic turn. We're pretty much down a card because of widespread to begin with. And we don't have an Arsenal to make up for it. But we got our damage in. If we can have a 3-card play off of Tunic, obviously weaker, I think I still would take it, so we'll see what happens. And they play a Funeral Moon. Okay. Oh my god, is that Oblivion? Oh my god. They've got Oblivion! They've got Oblivion. We're done. We're done! Okay, they don't have Oblivion. Okay, so now we've got Tunic for the Prayer turn. what is that doing? So we're obviously going to have to banish a card to the widespread. Banishing a card to the widespread always does happen. So in that case, we're giving up one of the charge cards. The other one would end up charging this, and we can prayer, I guess, would be my snap instinct. That could be wrong. I think I want this to be the card I keep, because this guarantees to have the go again. But then again, if I'm going to Prayer of Boltyn, then that's giving the +2 anyway. So in that case, threatening the courage would be slightly better, because I'd be leading with Prayer into Raiden and then dropping Spirit. And that would at minimum leave me with the courage on the field with threatening a second courage. Does that matter over +1 damage? This is assuming Tunic for Boltyn is even right, which I feel like it probably is. Alright, well, obviously no blocks. Let's get rid of a card here. It's all the same, right? Whether it's +1 now or +1 from the courage. I think I'm gonna, in theory, since we're getting the courage here anyway, I'm gonna take the +1 now. They don't need to stack. So let's get rid of Spirit of War. This might be wrong. Alright, Prayer. Do me right. Don't hit a red. I mean, I guess I don't need it to charge, because I still have this play first. Yeah, so it did miss. Ah. Yeah, so I haven't technically charged yet then, because it was a red. So I do have to lead with this, which means I won't have a courage at the end of my turn. So Spirit wouldn't have changed that anyway, because the on-hit is never live on the Raiden itself. Interesting. I don't think I ever skip swinging Raiden either, though. It's free damage right now. I should do it, but it burns the courage for next turn. Yeah, the idea was going to be to lead with Raiden because Prayer would hit and then end with this and, like, stop with the courage in play. So 3-card 10, not great, really. That definitely is where it falls apart a bit. 3-card 10 was not good. Ooh, man, this hand is also super awkward. All these 2 blocks. Well, I guess I tried a 1-card hand and then park Snatch and Arsenal. 1-card hand Illuminate. Park Snatch and Arsenal. Or maybe park Courageous. Courageous might be a little bit better than the Snatch, actually. Or they're doing nothing on their turn. Wait, how did the read have go again? Did I miss something? Oh, they popped Grimoire. Okay, they popped Grimoire. Oh, well. Now if we had AB, we could be on the fatigue plane. But don't have AB. So we gotta play the game. I feel like they're gonna block out the Snatch, so maybe I do it this way. I'm just gonna do this. I feel like they're gonna block the Snatch, which could be wrong. But they've got one block right here in their deck that can't normally use their full hand super well. So if I do this, I'm saving more life. I can 1-card Snatch, probably pull a card and Grasp, then Arsenal Courageous. Seems fine. So we'll wait. Be patient. Soul's looking fine anyway. And I think the game will definitely last into next Tunic turn, so obviously need to hope that it is a V turn, or at least a 4 or 5-card hand and not a 3-card hand. Ah, they're doing it. They're doing it, is what I said. It's just, it's too easy. I don't know if they should. And they probably should not, but there's a world where I like snaps and drop another one, or another one, because with all this soul, I don't know if I'll really get use out of the snaps. but there we go. 1 card 4, took a piece of equip and a card. Now we're leading into this turn. This turn is a beacon hand, which seems pretty good with all this soul. So let's make sure we're mapping it out correctly. Bolt of Courage with a Courageous seems pretty juicy. This would baseline have Go Again. So it could be Light the Way. Oh, no, that's if it hits. Oh, that's if it hits. True, true, true. Okay. So the play might be Boltyn, charge the beaming, I guess. Hit it with Courageous, then Beacon, pull Lumina. Play that way. So Light the Way is either the Arsenal card or it's the card we don't care about. Although, never mind, we've got to block with it. We are going to have to block with it. Because I don't want... I mean, it's just saving value, right? I'd have to discard on the consuming anyway. So we'll give this up. They can't pummel it. Some Vynntsets are playing, just FYI. Alright, we do this. Charge. Beacon, the Bolt of Courage. And Courage the first Lumina attack. Oh, that is so smart. Yes, yes, yes. I like that way. I forgot, this can target attack, not only attack actions. This is very good. Thank you, Marcatia. Very good line. I like it. Yes, this is any attack, not attack action. So used to attack action. It's not the case. Okay, so we're going to Beacon. We're only going to need to pull the Lumina, but let's make sure I'm not wasting a damage. I'm pulling 1. I'll have 3. I'm going to use 1 on the Bolt Go Again. I'll have 2. I'm going to Lumina, use 1, Lumina. In theory, leave 1 if they full block everything. So I don't want to banish more than that. It's a little too greedy, I think. But the Courage would probably make sure the first one hits. You never know. Could be like a reduced to rune chant. Maybe I can get away with 2. I think I'm going to play... No. We're going to do it safe. We're going to do it safe. This might be a big throw, though. It could be that close. It could be that close. Let's do Lumina. Let's give it Go Again. We drew a Spirit of War. So that can just reset Arsenal. It's a starter. That makes sense. So we're going to play Lumina. Raiden. Yeah, play it safe, only do 1. Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's got to be right. There's a world where the Celestials pull through anyway. And they just wouldn't be playable if I go too low. Oh, actually, this should have been on the second one if they're saying this one hits. Oh, no reason to do that. Should have been on the second one. If they're saying no blocks anyway. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Raiden again. Now it's very face up, all that's left for the turn. That's a misplay. Didn't have to be on the first attack. Should have been on the second. This in Arsenal seems okay. Unfortunately, charging Illumina, though. Oh. Oh, this is interesting. So I want to pitch Light of Soul, yes? I want to pitch Light of Soul, but yet I don't really want to pitch Light of Soul, because the hand is a Tunic turn for Take Flight with Spirit. So I guess I charge Light with Spirit as well? Yeah, I can just ignore this. It's just 5. Wait, do I want to crown for something else, or is this fine? I'm just gonna charge it, right? It's gonna be Spirit, charge Light, snaps at minimum, Tunic, Take Flight, charge Spirit, Raiden, drop Illuminate. I feel like that's the turn. So I don't think this matters. It's just the yellow card that I'm going to charge. Yeah, okay. No blocks, no blocks. Wow, they found the Oblivion, and they actually had 6 turn chance this game, which is crazy. Let's not show him the spirit yet. Not yet. Charge the Light of Soul. Oh, wait. Or, Jotrick is saying I can pitch the light for Iron Song. That's true. I forgot about that again. That's the resource sink. It could be Iron Song and Take Flight. But then I'm giving up on a Spirit of War that is actually threatening 3 wide. They're only at 4. No. That's lame. We're just charging it. Get this out of here. This is a 3 wide Spirit of War. I feel like that's pretty good. Snaps. Get that in there. Get that in there. Yes. Vynnset also has the problem of they need to keep cards or they die, right? So, like, we need to consider that part of the table as well. If we're taking cards here, there's a chance that they just take 2 and pass, you know? That's all we'd have to beat. It's pretty easy. Like, pitching the light, all it would have done is get an extra soul, potentially, right? So they die. Like, they just die. They have 2 blood that parked over here. And they have to pass. Seems good. The difference would have been... Actually, wait, so there was no difference between what I was doing in terms of, like, how they lose anyway. Because getting the courages, in theory, for a turn that they just die on, doesn't actually matter. The difference would have been, like, if the Take Flight hits... If the Take Flight hits, I get more immediate value on this turn. Or if the first attack had hit, I get more immediate value. I think it was still better. Cool. 3-0. 3-0. Let's do Bravo. FaB newbie, they say. Alright, this is going to be another mid-range matchup. It really is 62 cards, huh? For the mid-range? Sure. Let's just see what happens. Traditionally, Boltyn liked the Bravo matchup because you just leak damage nonstop in like an endgame. And that just ends up winning you the game. I think the one thing we'll have to be careful of is not running out of charge cards, basically. Like, we need to use our arsenal, because they won't disrupt it much, to just make sure that we have kind of the Kickstarter for every turn. That's probably how you play the matchup, and that's about it. This hand sucks, though. Please let me cycle. Please attack me, Bravo. Yes. Alright, obviously keep the Lumina. I feel like I need to get rid of at least 1 Banneret and 1 other card. Is that 1 other card the Celestial, or is that 1 other card the other Banneret? Quicken seems slightly stronger than Courage, at least early game, because I don't have Soul yet. So I think I'm going to do this. All 3 Celestials weren't playable anyway. Maybe like 1 is, 2 if it goes super long, or like Lumina stack up a ton of soul, you know? If I wanted to play completely around like a pummel, I could block with this as well. But I kind of do want 1 Banneret, you know? It's a good charge target. Okay. Do I actually just slam the turn with Take Flight Lumina? It doesn't seem bad. I've got the resource sink on the Iron Song, right? I've got the Quicken to supplement the Light Soul. I think I'll just do it. Screw it. I'm in. Might need to consolidate resources at some point. But hey, we're going second. We'll take the tempo. You're 2-0 against Bravo with this list, but you have to be careful with decking. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely conservation of resources. I'm surprised that the Courageous Steel Hands aren't in the list. I probably could have put them in. I mean, I've got time to find them in this match, I would think. But just making sure extra damage lands, making sure your 5-card hands are actually playable without needing constant go again. Yeah, what am I thinking about? Nothing. I'm thinking about literally nothing. Brain is empty. Seems decent. Slamming 4-card hands won't win the game though, so I'm probably only going to do this kind of play once. Otherwise, it's about 5-card hands. It's about really breaking the numbers game of FaB against Bravo, because Bravo doesn't do anything special defensively. He's just a block 12 deck if he tries to play that way. So the 5-card hands that go over that and extremely punish hands that only block 12 and then offer nothing, like that's what we need to do. Interesting. So it already has go again. Could be like a sink or a fate. There's the sink. Four again. Versus on the second attack is better. Your next sword attack this turn. Oh man, so it's not just if it hits blanketly, it's the next one specifically. Oh, you're right. You're right. I thought it was just going to affect both attacks. But no, it's your next sword attack this turn. Oh, but they're full blocking 4 anyway. Okay. They're respecting the Lumina. I'll take it. Alright, so this is what we're waiting for, right? Like, it's really got to be the V turns that pop off. I also don't necessarily want to charge all my good cards away. So that's another potential problem. This hand, though, isn't awful. I mean, this is like pitch, take flight, like pitch the V. I'll save the V. Take flight, charge prayer into Raiden Valiant is fine. I think I'd rather the V in deck than the prayer. Like, V is the power card, right? Does V get... V gets more value on a 5-card hand, which is why I'd rather save it. Because if I was able to make this one wider, then the V effect would in theory get like +4 instead of only the +3 it would give right now. Is that worth trying to pitch in deck, or do I just slam it anyway for +3? It'd be charging away the take flight as well. Whereas I think prayer is the card that's the weakest in this hand. We're just going to do this. Prayer is good, but it's got some variance to it, so we'll let it go. No, there's just no room to Arsenal in that hand unless I give up on dropping the Valiant as the chain ender, which I don't think I want to do. The Bravo's trading some damage, which is nice. We're not Levia, you know? So, when he tanks damage for, like, a crippling, it's not like you instant lose the game or anything. Other decks are allowed to take off turns. Actually, Levia doesn't even hate when they do that these days. But it used to be the case. So the other card pitched to that first take flight was some red charge card, right? Or no, it was some yellow because we paid into Ironsong Versus. What was it? I forget what it was. Was it another Banneret? But either way, next to V, something yellow is safe. Actually, we're going to be shuffling off Beacon. What am I saying? The pitch stack doesn't matter yet. Doesn't matter. Like you said, this matchup needs to set up Big Soul or V and Arsenal playing up 4-card hands efficiently shouldn't win the game. No, exactly not. But our opponent is blocking strangely on these 4-card hands. And we didn't really find a natural opening to just park something in Arsenal anyway. So once that happens, we'll obviously play for it. But it's only been 2 hands of dropping, 4 into our opponent. It's not the worst yet. This kind of hand, though, is when you take a step back, right? This is when you take a step back. This can be a 1-card Illuminate hand, Arsenal the Beacon. Seems pretty good. And that's how we'll build for... Oh, they said go again. Go again into what, a Nothos? Would it be a Warmongers? Are they going crazy? It could be a Warmongers. If that's the case, then I'll keep this hand to at least like force charge the Beckoning. Ooh, do I want that guaranteed next turn? I feel like I kind of want to find Soul of Arenia first. I can put this next to via the Vanguard, but then again, it doesn't matter because we're shuffling, so I need to stop saying that. I don't think I actually want this next hand, funny enough. I want to find the Soul first. Let's put this on the bottom. If it really is just a Nothos, I'm going to block with the Beckoning. If it's Warmongers, I'll just say War, and then play Beckoning, Charge, Illuminate. Okay, so we can give this up. Just drop the 1-card 4 with a pretty decent on-hit. The Bravo player is also on Tunic, which I didn't notice at first. Interesting. Very interesting. So they will never have a 2-card Anothos hand, basically. They can never 2-card 6. Which would make me think they're trying to play more defensively then, across the board. Because keeping a 2-card 6 with Bravo always felt pretty bad. I mean, it's like technically on rate, you get a Seismic out of it. But if you're trying to play your best value turn cycles, you block 9 and then return Anothos for 4. And you would think that's what the pattern is here, since they've got Tunic, not Seismic. Oh, we found a Lumina anyway. Oh, I don't know how I feel about these things. I don't know how I feel about these things. Well, like, I'm never going to charge it away, you know? So am I just passing the turn? I'm swinging Raiden. Huh. Is it worth it to block with Take Flight, Armor, just so the turn is able to be Beaming Bravado Charge, Beacon out the Soul, and then Arsenal Lumina? Interesting. Interesting. I don't think that can be right, but like I really want the Soul out of deck with the Lumina and Arsenal. I guess Crown at minimum. Actually, yeah, Marquesia's saying it too. Crown at minimum to just push the Lumina away could be interesting. Or rather, push the Beacon away. It would be to, yeah, get the Beacon out so the Lumina can go in Arsenal. Huh. But that still leaves so many questions for the hand. You know? Like, I could just block like this, say pass. Giving up the Crown is bad maths. I've already turned off the Crush. This way lets me keep the Beaming. Pushing out the Beacon, arsenaling the Lumina. Hopefully drawing a yellow, so I'm able to Beaming into Raiden, maybe? Let's try it. Prayer of Bologna. Oh, that's actually a bit better, right? I'll just play the prayer now. Hope it works. Prayer, it would get me a charge card. It would also let me swing Raiden, pitching into Ironsong Versus. If it doesn't hit, that's a big problem. Because then Raiden doesn't do anything. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah, the safer play is just charge the prayer. Obviously. But if I'm feeling a little lucky, there's big payoff on the prayer hand here. I'm gonna do it. Oh, my God. Alright. Sad. Sad. Comes in for 2. Oh, there was such a ceiling to that turn. It would have been so fine. So okay. Not great, but just okay. Getting ahead on the soul. Providing a breakpoint Raiden attack. That would have been fine. Would have been fine. Instead we miss 3 damage. We miss getting a soul. Maybe this does incentivize them to just say no blocks. We get a courage out of the deal. Solid. Channeling some brute energy right there. Hey, hey, look, you see the payoff? It was all bait. Now I get a courage token out of it. If it was 5, they would have blocked it. Okay, light the way. Okay. Quicken seems relevant here. So I've got 2 cards I can potentially give up on. Oh boy. Something else is coming. It's a choke slam. Alright, it's a choke slam. Ooh, little unfortunate. We wanted the plus. It's how we were going to force plays on this next hand. So in that case, my best 2-card hand becomes, or my best play becomes just slamming the Banneret. 1 for 4. Ain't never been seen before. If I really give up 2 cards plus an armor on this... Oh no, I can only give up the 1 card. 1 card plus armor on this would still turn off the crush. So maybe that's okay in the end. It would be this plus a card. It does turn off the crush. My turn then becomes light, charge Banneret, into Raiden, courage, I guess. Is that really worth protecting? This game is such a slow matchup. Giving up my armor for like a pretty medium hand feels bad. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Marcatia. This does let me soul. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay, I think it is worth it then. Because now I can just charge the Bolt of Courage, right? My turn is just light the way, charge Banneret, then swing Raiden. Oh no, so if that's the case, then I want to charge the Banneret now. Yeah. Charge the Banneret now, because this gives me the Quicken to lead the turn off. Yeah, seems good. Seems good. I'm gonna do this. Charge this. Gives me the Quicken. Okay, beautiful. That's what I was missing. That's the line I was missing. I can get the Quicken on defense. Cool. Very cool. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. But then that does mess up the fact that I blocked with this guy. Oh, yeah. So this should have gotten charged. Oh, shoot. Yeah. Oops. Duh. There's, like, no reason to do it any other way. I get 2 charges in that turn cycle. 1 on defense, 1 on offense. This one on offense would have worked. Missing a life. I hope it's not relevant. If we get to the point where I lose from 1 life, it might be stream over. Losing to FaB Newbie off of a newbie play on my own end? Lord. Two card 7. Potentially 2 card 9, depending how they block. Their deck seems pretty normal. The only addition I haven't really seen yet is Warmongers. which I guess Bravos play now. If you need room, then dropping this as a 1-card hand buys you room into like a pretty free dominate into Lexi, I guess. Could make sense. Could make sense. Tunic play is also a little interesting. They're giving me 2 cards for the 5. Nice. Go Raiden. Soulbound with Gallantry is what you're looking for when playing the new chess piece. Okay, okay, so specifically this guy. Start your turn with a Quicken. That does seem pretty good, doesn't it? Do any of the other ones care about being used that way? I guess you could also charge a Courage and it's like quasi-similar. That is pretty cool, though. Time for me to go full bling and buy out these bannerets in all their promo glory with the income I don't have. I don't know, are these even worth getting as promos? They're rainbow foil, right? Not like cold foil. That doesn't sound that cool. I think I'm fine without them. Don't need them. Alright, what are we looking at here? What are we looking at here? They did keep a 3-card hand, so we might not be scot-free when it comes to disruption. Sure enough, they are leading with something. Oh, never mind. It is just their 2-card Anothos for 6. With Bravo. Okay, you know what? I didn't count that before when I said they can't 2-card Anothos for 6. But actually, yes, you can pay into Bravo. You can. Alright, so this hand then, I can force the go again. My soul is steadily building up, which I really appreciate. So my turn can be pitching the yellow for Take Flight, also paying into Verses on the turn, charging the Light the Way, ending... Do I care about ending the turn with Bolt of Courage? That probably freaks out the Bravo opponent to some degree. It's just free damage at the end of the day. And it's potentially 4 damage if they block it, so I think it is worth more offensively than defensively here. So I'll take the 6. Yes, I will take the 6. Breaking the chain won't matter anymore because they don't have equipment, so I don't need to pay into Iron Song first. I can make them a little scared. I could also do Lumina. We spent the 1, you know? We spent the 1. Obviously, here's the 2nd. I'm kind of feeling like I want Soul out before playing it, but it's not a bad idea to just slam it, right? Not a bad idea. We'll see how they block on this early stuff. It's not a bad use, specifically because I can end the turn with the Bolt and actually get value out of it. So that's a good point. That's a pretty good point. I think I should just Lumina then, because otherwise the Bolt is a little inefficient. So we'll do this. I'm going to play out the Lumina. I'm going to Iron Song the 2nd swing, as people taught me. Yes, yes. Bravo won't win the 2nd cycle, alright? We're saving every V. We're building for the 5-card V hands. I'm not burning them. That's the entire plan. Although blocking with those 2 yellow Take Flights was kind of an awkward hand. We're going to build up Soul. We're going to have our crazy V turns with Celestial. And then a final kill with some kind of Lumina combo. You'll see. It'll be fine. The worst outcome here would be if Lumina charges, what, like a beacon or something? Because we know it can't charge the Lumina. The other Lumina is at the bottom. So we don't want to see it lose any power cards, to be fair. Card revealed was a Fate. Okay. This does waste the Courage. That's a little awkward. I don't think there wasn't another way to do that though, because it would have been a 4 snaps if they just don't block this. So if they give equipment on it, sure, the Iron Song got one block out of him. That'd be cool. It's 2 red chokeslams gone, a pummel, a crippling. They're giving Tunic and CNC. Dude. Alright, can't rag on you too hard. It does say FaB newbie, but there's no way that's worth it. They're playing the 1-card War. Hell yeah, War. Absolutely. This hand, pretty bad though. No charge card. No charge card. I can still pay into Iron Song though, can't I? To at least cycle a card. I kind of want to keep this in hand in the off chance I block with Soulbound on defense. So I think I can pitch away the Banneret just to get it out and then drop the Illuminate. That would mean I'm arsenaling the Celestial though. But it's really all I've got. Interesting. I have a little faith. I have a little faith. No, I guess the other option is I just play the Banneret, Arsenal the Illuminate instead. I've got faith though. I've got faith. We're gonna just drop Illuminate, Arsenal, Celestial. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, I can't do it? Oh, it made me undo it. Okay. Huh. Sure, that's fine. So, War specifically says only actions can be weapon and attack. Okay, so not equipment. There we go. Didn't know that. I knew you could activate weapons. Figured equipment might be in the same text line. Not the case. Only weapon and attack. Alright. They let it hit. We're good. Another chokeslam. It could be a chokeslam pummel. Don't know if I super care about that. This means Beaming Bravado can charge a banner. I could pitch the Light of Soul into Iron Song. That doesn't seem to do much, though. So Iron Song is a little dead on this hand. Pretty dead. Pretty dead. This hand doesn't seem all too special, does it? It's just like a 2-card 7 more than anything. I'm almost hoping they do pummel, so I get rid of the Light of Soul. Oh, but it can't gain +1. Ah, it can't gain +1, that's true, if the chokeslam actually does its thing. So does that mean I should Soulbound? If I do this Soulbound, that does turn off Crush because I'll take 1 less. Then my turn is just beaming, charge the Light of Soul, then Raiden. If it's pummel, then obviously I lose the Light of Soul. My turn is just drop beaming Bravado. That's it. Huh. I think that's okay. We're going to try this. Try to get the Quicken out of it. It really could be... I mean, it looks obviously like a pummel here because they didn't pay into Bravo, right? So if it is just the pummel... then I want to block with 1 card. Just go ahead, discard the Light of Soul, just charge the Beaming Bravado, at least make the Quicken for next turn, that's it. Yeah, that's all we're going to do. Just this. If it's not pummel, obviously it hurts a little bit, but it is. We'll get rid of the Light of Soul. We'll just do this, charge. This makes the Quicken for next turn. Nothing special happening this turn, but it's fine. It's fine. We're building up into something big. Beaming into Pitch for Arms, into CC, into Raiden. Unless he pummels, yeah, then Versus. That was still the play, you think? Beaming into Pitch. This is the beaming. Yes, yes. Beaming into Pitch for Arms. Into CC, into Raiden. Nah, I think this is fine. That hand was pretty bad to play greedy with life. In fact, the right play might have actually just been to block 2 on it, let it pummel, they discard the light, and then I just 1-card the beaming, and just don't worry about it. Don't worry about the charge. But I feel like we can get better value out of the Quicken here. We're going for the 5-card plays. It's finally happening. We're hopefully finding room for it. Our opponent is taking the damage. They're out of all their equipment. They're down 2 red pummels. This I can turn off with Soul Shield pretty easily, but it means I'm giving up the beacon. These ones care about charging a yellow, which I can't do. So if I block completely with armor, it's 2, 3, 4. I'd have to give up 1 more card. That already doesn't make the turn function. So I will end up then just playing out one of these into Raiden, just make it a 2-card 6. Because I don't want to waste the Quicken. So that does force me a little bit into making this a 2-card play. Otherwise I could just say, okay, like I'll block the 9 with the Soul Shield, return that, and that's it. Don't worry about it. But I'd be wasting the Quicken. Is wasting the Quicken worth more than giving up equipment here? Because it would be Soul Shield plus Iron Song Versus, and then all I'm doing is this 2-card hand into the Raiden swing. Let's just do this. Not sure how to evaluate the Quicken here, but I think we'll just make it a 2-card 6. Keep building Soul because we have the Celestial up. You think Soul... I think should Soul... Wait, sorry. I think you should... Oh my god, I cannot read that sentence. I think Soul Shield versus block works. Soul Shield... Blocking. Plus the versus, yes. Oh, that's what we did. Oh, that's what we did. That's what we did. Okay. Phew, not crazy. Not crazy. So trying to track what the hell you're talking about. It's right in front of me. Alright, they gave it +1 anyway. Busted. We're doing it. Come on, give me the big hand. I want the big hand. This is a potentially big hand. We got double Celestial. It's playable? Double Celestial and it's playable? That's craziness. Craziness. There's no way I'd do it though, right? I mean, it could be the turn. Oh, actually, no, it can't be the turn. Because I'd have to give up 2 cards. It'd be blocking here, charging 1 more. So it can't be the turn to make it go crazy. Almost, though. But, like, I don't want to combo these without something else happening on that turn cycle. If that's all I do, it's not good enough. So I think I'm going to, once again, risk the Prayer of Bologna. Just do this. Risk the Prayer play. Into versus Raiden. It's gotta work this time, right? It's gotta work. This time it will work. Because at this point my soul is so large, I want this second Cataclysm protected in deck, because we did block with 1. I believe in the prayer. I do. Come on. Let's see it. Come on. Oh my god. Second time, the prayer just does nothing. No. Where's my prayer into Spirit of Arenia? Excuse me, deck. I thought that's what you do consistently, right? That's what happened last game. I still think we had to go for this play, though, because truly I don't want to give up the Celestial. Even though it looks like it's at the bottom of the deck, we can shuffle off of the beacon, right? So that can change things. Like, I want it in deck. I want the potential for a wide turn of double Celestial to happen. Okay, they're giving up the last Crippling. That's relevant. Into Justin and Nothos' turn? Is this it? Can we do it? This might be the turn, right? The turn? So what we're looking at here is obviously to block with the Fate. It also protects me from it being a pummel. It's just blocking with the Fate, so we're obviously doing that. Into my turn being Spirit of War, charging Beckoning, or sorry, charging Soul Shield. Into Raiden, into Celestial, into drop the Beckoning. So that's looking at 16 damage. 16 damage, not mentioning what the pluses might do, not mentioning what the courages might do. The question for me is, do I care more about the Spirit of War or the Beckoning? And I think I do care a bit more about the Spirit. Our deck is fine. We've got enough threat in deck. I don't care about this. Okay. We're doing the Fate play. My opponent probably thinks they got it with the pummel. I'm going to show him. Not today. Another Spirit of War in hand for next turn. Is that really what we need? I think that's fine. It's a charge card. We'll keep it there. We need to take their cards, otherwise we're dead to dominate, you know? So we've got to make this play. Snaps. Oh, actually, so was keeping the Spirit of War bad then on the top of the next hand? Because it doesn't innately have go again. I could be looking for something else, I guess. If I figure I'm taking their cards this turn, then I want the top card to be like a Take Flight or a Via the Vanguard. I want to make sure I have that kind of card. So this is probably wrong to leave that on top. Fate in Arsenal over dropping the Beckoning? I don't think so. The way the math's going to work out is this should be a 16 damage turn, which obviously they can't ignore. If they block with even 1, then the math starts to tip because that's +1 and the courage, potentially, depending on what it is, right? We need to get them off of a 3-card hand, is the idea. They can't sit pretty on a 3-card hand, or it's likely that I die. And I think we can do that. Because if it's 16, they block with 1. Even if that's a Fate, they're dead. So it has to be 2 cards, right? I'm doing the math right? It has to be a 2-card block this turn. Should be fine. Okay. Now I can Raiden into Celestial into Beckoning, right? I want to conserve the information here. Keep it under the table. Raiden was obvious on this turn. The Celestial is not. Oh, but you know what? If I care about damage specifically in order, then I did want the Celestial first so it could proc on the Raiden, right? Does that matter? Celestial first, if it hit, then it would give a courage to then the Raiden. Rather than the way I'm stacking it now. No, okay, it's the same, because Celestial will be followed by 1 more attack. It's the same. It's actually the same damage. Okay, we're good. Not straight punting. We're good. Here we go. Okay, they're blocking with attacks, giving me the courage. Alright, we've done it. We are not dead next turn. That's the whole point. We really want this to hit to lead with a courage on next turn, or we're in for some trouble. So, hoping that they keep that 1-card hand. But then that means guaranteed I will not need to snaps, which I don't have anymore anyway, to kickstart the turn. So that's a pretty big deal. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, into the V turn. Fantastic. Okay, so in this case, do I actually even need the V is my question. Do I need the V is my question. Because I do have the opportunity to... Well, no, I can't just block with armor because this is going to take a card to charge. Ooh. Man, I really would love to keep this 4-card hand. It can't happen, though, obviously. So my best play is to just go 3 wide in any capacity I can. For that, it is Spirit into Raiden into Illuminate is my 3 wide play. So I do have to give up the V. I can't make that play, right? Yeah, block with V. Has to happen on this hand. Yep. My turn is Spirit, Soul, Raiden, and with Illuminate. I go to 1 here, that's fine. There's nothing cheeky they can pull off. Think we're good. Think we're good. Interesting. I like this endgame. It should be over. 4, 3, 4. They need to block with 5 cards. It depends on the D-Rex. We've only seen the 1 sync. So I would assume there's more. I doubt Fate's, right? We would have seen a Fate by now. But Fate and Sync, they could totally have a Sync here. This is probably what we're looking at. So my hope is the Illuminate then hits to once again build a Courage token, because that could be how I lose. That could be how I lose, is just drawing a hand that can't go wide. But maybe if they swing even once, Soulbound can do something for me. I could charge with a Banneret. I'm out of the Quicken ones. I am not out of the Courage ones, right? The Courage one is Salvate. No. Where's the Courage one? Okay, well, anyway, they're in the deck somewhere. So that could be my out as well. Oh no, but they're gonna give me all the cards this turn. All right, never mind. Never mind. I still just need to draw. It is just up to the damn draw. Okay, part of me hopes they just block 3, let this hit, and try to return with a Nothos again. Because from their POV, like, they should be swinging a Nothos, right? Unfortunately, they can't do that now, because that looks like to be, you know, obviously a attack that wouldn't pay for a Nothos. They've got to do it this way. So, what is this? Another Sync or something? Or they just die? What on earth? What's that last card then? Are they running? Wait. Are they running the Seismic Surge Fabled? Is that what happened there? Technically, they're not through first cycle still. So, it could have been. I mean, we didn't see it earlier, but it could be the play. The Fabled? Oh, okay, hold up. I do want to see... Let's switch to the Legacy, because I do want to see what the deck would draw. Alright, so the next hand was Spirit, Bolt, Valiant, Take Flight. Boom. Alright, so we did win the game next hand anyway. The next hand, we would have Take Flight, pitch the Bolt, charge Spirit, into Raiden, into Valiant Thrust. So we did win anyway. We were conserving these cards on purpose. Well, that's not fair. I never pitched these back in. But if you look at what was left otherwise, we had saved the Beacon, the Celestial, the Lumina, the V, the Vanguard, the other V, the Vanguard, the other Beacon. I mean, the deck was pretty juiced, I think. I think we'd be fine. But this hand I had nothing to do with. That was just draw order. And it would have won the game, so that's cool. Alright. That's 4-0 for Boltyn. Hell yeah. Oops, I want to get out of the Legacy. There we go. Can Boltyn beat Icelander? That's a good question. Can Boltyn beat Uzuri? That's another good question. That one sounds like a more fun experiment, so let's do this. I don't want to risk just getting slammed by Uzuri's Disruption after going first, so I think I'll take second and hope that that's good enough to land damage. Or do you always pick first as Boltyn? It could be right to just always pick first. You get soul out of it. Even your bad hands do something. Whereas your bad hands going second are unplayable. Nah, we're going to play it Royal. I'm going second. We're full Royal. Oh, no. Can we be full royal? Never mind. I feel like crown's too good. Oh, no. Oh, no. I want to just play a royal game, but it ain't happening. It ain't happening. No, that can't be right. I've got to play the mid-range game into Uzuri. Like, every time, right? This might be tough, because I feel like a lot of their block threes are not attacks. You know, all the shreds, all the blues. They're going to play the Sinks and Fates as well. This might be a really tough matchup. So, you know what? Let's just slam everything in. I don't think I want the Light of Soul. I don't want the non-block. And we'll try this. It's also likely to be a bit of a longer game, so maybe Tunic is better than Soulbound, even though we're going to play it more mid-rangey. I mean, this is all experimentation, you know? What do I know about this deck? They'll also be playing Frailty Trap. That's a great point. I'm going to try it this way. This is probably a lot tougher than I'm giving it credit for. Also, why don't I have the Patreon thing? I am a patron of Talishar. Oot the Monk, get on it. Come on. Alright. I don't have attacks in hand anyway. We can let that one hit. I do have the Soul Shield, so we can block with this. Oh, that is an attack. Bannerets are attacks. Who knew? Who knew? Still fine. This is also looking to be the Contract Uzuri. They fat decked us. They're running the Mask. So I'm glad I also went to like 65 cards, you know? But this is going to be a game of careful conservation of resources. And hopefully Prayer of Bologna's that actually hit. Unlike last game. Alright, speaking of, we're probably Prayer of Bologna-ing right now. Praying to Bologna, Prayer of Bologna-ing, whichever sounds better. I mean, it ramps soul, right? I guess the fear is I could be milling my best cards. If it's not a red, what happens? Or sorry, if it is a red, what happens? It stays on top. Okay, so... Oh, this turn could just get so skewed. Because it would be, I do this, it doesn't hit. Then I'm just going to Bolt of Courage. Charge the other prayer. No, that actually works out then. It does work out. I have the one Floating in Pain to Iron Song. Alright, so we're always playing this anyway. At least the one. And we're hitting it, obviously. Unlike the last two times. Or we're really hitting it, and it's the item again. Oh my god. Prayer of Bologna, you mock me. You mock my pain. Alright, well, we do this. Why couldn't it be a banneret at least? At least, you know? Is that asking for too much? Felt like a reasonable request. They probably give us a card and an equipment piece here. It's no big deal on their end. Or defense react. Sure. Sure, sure. Prayer of Bologna is just scabs. For me specifically, correct. They let that one hit. Does that do anything for us? Well, we're off Arsenal, so we really appreciate that they kept the CNC hand. Can we make use of this entire hand would be the other question. Without Tunic, gets a bit more questionable, but with Courage, it could become Bolt into Charge the Courageous, into Raiden, into Illuminate, putting the Take Flight in Arsenal for next turn. I think I like the sound of that. That sounds decent. Obviously a bit tough to be playing a yellow, charging a red. So do I do it differently? Do I Bolt, charge the Take Flight, and then Courageous the Bolt? I feel like I want to make sure the take flight is in Arsenal, but it is also Uzuri. They do pressure Arsenal quite a bit. Interesting, interesting. Oof, just to get rid of a red take flight would feel so bad. Also getting rid of a courageous, though. Seems similarly miserable. Alright, screw it. I'm charging the take flight. Let's do this. Let's try it this way. Probably very wrong. Red take flight is an amazing card, and it's going into our Tunic turn, you know? But we're trying experiments. And we are going to be able to punish this. See what they do. This card that we draw should be live for Arsenal. You would hope. Oh, they've got a fate for the pump. That feels pretty bad. But that means they don't have a fate for the illuminate, at least. Oh, oops. Do I want to get the free Raiden swing in? Yes, I do. Yeah. Let's do that. Well, now they know that I have the illuminate. Oh, rats. Take flight, pitch yellow, charge courageous, use arms to swing sword, hero power, illuminate. I mean, that line doesn't put us on anything in Arsenal. The idea was going to be, we want Arsenal this turn because we're going into Tunic 3, and we wanted it to be a power turn. So it's either going to be do the Bolt play, charging courageous, and just make sure the take flight is in Arsenal, or it would be do the play I did, assume that the courageous hits, and then put the new card in Arsenal. Because I think what we really wanted was a 5-card play into Tunic. It's not going to work out, though, but that's fine. To just play a 4-card hand going into Tunic, I don't think was right. But we're taking their entire hand here. This could be like a Codex, and that'd be pretty annoying, I guess. Ooh, the really sad part about that being a Codex is the take flight isn't banished. I can't even pull this back. Rough. Oh my, they're giving up flick knives. Okay. That's fine. I'm not under any pressure here. They are just passing. Straight passing. Okay. So this turn is me playing beaming, charging the other beaming. That only gives me the 1 soul, though, is kind of the issue, to then be able to go into Raiden Valiant Thrust, so that wouldn't work. What I can do instead then is beaming here, Tunic Valiant, just leave the beacon in Arsenal. That still burns the soul. If I don't use Tunic, if I don't use Tunic, then the line doesn't work because paying into verses without being able to swing Raiden just doesn't do anything. Beacon and Arsenal without having any soul also feels pretty bad. But it's not like we can pass, you know? I think I'm okay just using the soul for the Valiant Thrust swing. Just to get use out of Tunic as often as it's up. If I have to slow back down and just take like a couple charge turns, I'm actually looking for that, right? Maybe this kind of long grindy game plan just doesn't work then with Tunic because I'm missing the charge. The charge chest would actually kind of fix some of these play lines. Yeah, there's no way snaps this early makes sense. It's just this Tunic Valiant. Sure. So, how can I accelerate charging to soul? It would really just be finding the other 2 soul shields. It would be having cards like Illuminate hit. It would be the Lumina turns, obviously. But I can't do any other charging defensively without the chest, so it's mostly like, can I find windows to charge and then not immediately use the charge? Which against Uzuri is a bit tough, because the moment I give him a hand, I will face disruption. But we'll find the windows. I'm confident enough. It'll happen. It'll happen. Alright, now we've got take flights. It's a leave no witnesses. Mildly annoying, you know, because that is a beacon in Arsenal. But honestly, beacon is not the strongest card right now with no soul. So I don't know if I super mind. It would just be end up taking 4. They won't get 2 silver out of it. They're going to crack mask, obviously. Mill an extra 2. We haven't seen any Lumina, so that's kind of scary if those go. If the beacon goes, the turn is still just take flight, pitching the other take flight, charging the bolt into paying for verses into Raiden, and then just sitting on the courageous is fine. That's just fine. To try to do anything else would be to block with the courageous and an arms piece. Or I just block with the crown and go ahead and get rid of the beacon and save it entirely. I feel like that's going to come up a little bit later as a stronger play than using it right now. I think I'm fine. I don't need all 3 beacon to win this game. I'm going to let it go. Because they could have a shred or a cut to the chase anyway. This is not the strongest card. If it was a Lumina, I would care more about what's happening here. It's just, does this hit Lumina is the big question. It hit another beacon and a celestial. Okay, so we're playing with 1 beacon in deck. 1 beacon in deck. I think that'll be fine. I actually wonder if I should just burn the courageous, right? If they have another arsenal play, then I might as well just use this for 3. Just dump it as damage. That might be okay. There's no hit effect that I'm pushing, but just the idea of me having 1 extra turn anyway to build into Tunic 3, on top of the fact that obviously they are a deck that tries to hit Arsenal a bunch, I think means I'm just going to burn this. And I'm going to burn it on the Raiden because I want the Courage to hit, right? That makes sense. That makes sense. It already has go again. Not going to burn soul. Do this. Do this. I can pump the weapon. As I learned last game, this just says target attack. If you've charged, right? So we have. So it can hit Raiden now, which is pretty big. Came up last game, being able to Courageous a Lumined Raiden, which was pretty big. Misplayed the sequence of it, but that was still a big play. And we're going to go for it here. Less relevant hit effect that we're pushing, but at least it's something, right? Ooh, but see, now it's like really low value. I would push for the Courage hit, but only deal 1 damage with it. I think now I keep it. Now I shall keep it. Into another Leave No Witnesses. Okay, so their hand last turn was Leave No. So it wasn't actually a shred or a cut to the chase. What this shows us now, though, is if we want to block out Leave No Witnesses, it's, you know, we've got the all clear. Which I think we can do. We'll just block with a Spirit of War plus an armor piece, I guess. There's nothing they can do to make it cheeky. And then I'm leading into a Tunic turn, so I want the V in Arsenal. So I wonder if my play just being Spirit charging the Take Flight and then smacking that with the Courageous is good enough. It pushes the Courage token. I could burn 1 for the Raiden right then and there. I don't know if that is worth it. I don't want to let the Courageous go because that does actually give them silver now. I don't want them to just randomly heal 1. So let's do this. I think I'm fine. I don't want to crown it away. Crown is going to be so much more relevant if this is like a Lumina that I need to protect for my win con, right? They have enough arsenal threat still. I mean, they played 1 CNC, they played 2 Leave No Witnesses, but it's really a question of the Codex, right? Codex can be such a pain, especially if they do it on a 2-card hand where it's like Pitch Blue for Spiders, then Codex, Tunic for CNC. Like that kind of play, I'm never blocking, right? So like that's when Crown would be big. Because I'm never blocking that. That is just, oh my, it's such a waste of cards. All right, so let's go ahead and pump it. It gets the full 3 value compared to last turn where it only would have dealt 1. I'm wondering if the Raiden is worth it, is my only question. And I think it will be because the Via the Vanguard is going to supercharge my soul. Well, supercharge. It means I'll have 2 soul going into the V turn. If I can get a 5-card playoff on that kind of hand, fantastic. I think 2 soul is enough. If I burn a soul right now for Raiden, though, and there is a 3-card play given to Uzuri, or rather, if I don't burn this and give Uzuri a 3-card play, I don't think I'm ever really scared of her 3 cards, is the deal, though. So if I burn Soul to attack again, I'm just kind of giving her a better play pattern of return 1, Arsenal 1. Because at this point, a 3-card hand is like pay into a dagger and then attack and then Arsenal. So we're not gonna burn Soul. I don't think it's worth it. If they defense react, then maybe I do it. Because now that kind of does break how they want to trade. Ooh. Okay, don't disrupt me. Please. Look at this. This is going to be so good. This is going to be crazy. I get Tunic, Charge Spirit, Banner. Come on. Let it happen, Uzuri. Please. Good enough, though. If all they do is like come in with a CNC or something, I'll give these up. Screw it. I'll let it happen. Alright, this is what I'm saying. This is a 3-card hand, right? 3-card hand. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Okay, we are so happy to eat this. So happy to eat this. Very weak turn out of them. Oh, okay. That's all 3 Beacon of Victories banished, though. That's all 3. All 3. At least they're not Luminas, right? Okay, so we're going to charge the Banneret and the Soul into the V, which is going to unlock... I guess dropping these? We want to save one of these in Arsenal, right? Beckoning seems pretty decent. There's no world where, like, I actually don't double charge V and singularly charge Beckoning, right? There's no world. That seems pretty decent, though, into the Uzuri. The difference would be, what attack actions do I actually have that I care about? I guess that's the difference. Nothing's too relevant right now. Alright, let's do this. Going to charge. Try to make this my wide turn, right? I'd rather one of these be attacked with, the other one probably arsenaled with. No, but if you look at how that turn cycle played, I'm glad I didn't swing Raiden. Because they would have just blocked with the Warmongers, right? Like, the Uzuri 3-card hand is why it wasn't right to burn Soul for that. Because Uzuri doesn't use a 3-card hand well. So that's like a matchup thing, more than a Boltyn thing. Because if I burn Soul, I'm giving them a 3-block for free. Instead, I didn't burn Soul, and I took 1 extra damage. Alright, see, so now if I burn all the Soul, I get all 3 attacks off, if I truly want. Which, is that worth it now? I mean, it's a lot of damage. But then I'm going into no Soul again. Well, you know what? It's what we didn't burn soul for last turn, so I guess we do it. But no real hit effects on these feels bad. But it's a lot of damage. Sure. That does flip the game. We get a full hand. This full hand isn't great, but it does charge. This is interesting. I wonder if I just take the double charge turn here. I play beaming, charge the other beaming. I can then give it go again, and then beckoning, charge the banner. It would sit me at 1 soul left over on the turn, and a courage token. Or is it better to just play the beaming, charge the banner, arsenal the beckoning, say that's fine? Is that fine? That leads me into next turn with a courage, the card and soul, the beckoning and arsenal, but I'm presenting 3 less. Well, no matter what, it would be lead with this. Let's just see what they do. Oh, actually, it wouldn't always be lead with that. If I was doing it the other way, I'd charge with the beaming first, because I want to end the turn with the courage. It's fine. Yep, okay, I do wish I played it the other way. Oh well, oh well. Where this charges here, I give it go again, beckoning then charges the banneret. That was better, that was better. But they're once again on a 3-card hand. Not super scared of it. We'll just take the slow turn. How have I not seen a Lumina yet? Well, we saw, what could have been Luminas with all 3 banishes on the beacon. I prefer that over the Luminas, right? Because now we found the Spirit of Arenia, so we'll get there. We will. It'll just take a bit. Okay, so now... in theory, I block with... I mean, they're going to call red, right? That's the deal. Or no, they're probably going to call yellow. If I say no blocks, they're going to call yellow. The problem would be if it's black deck into like a codex, right? Like that's the worst case on saying no blocks. More so than what card they take. If this is like a... if they break this just for the effect and this card isn't playable, much better for us, obviously. But let's be real. They're going to say yellow if the shakedown hits. They're going to be able to pull the beaming or the banneret. They'll obviously pull the banneret. Then my turn becomes the beckoning charges the beaming into, I guess, Raiden, into arsenaling the other beaming. And that's it. Or no. I would keep this in arsenal. I would just play the beaming, charge this, Raiden. No, that doesn't work, because then what am I doing with the fate? Alright, it would be beckoning, charge this, into Raiden, into drop this, into arsenal. But then I am out of soul. So if I do this differently, I would just block here, make my turn beckoning, charging the banneret into arsenal fate. I think this is much safer. I'm going to do this. If it's shred, it's shred, but then that means it can't be black deck into codex, which is fine. I'm more scared of that. Definitely more scared of that. I think I don't actually burn the Quicken for Raiden here. Or burn a soul for Raiden here. It'd be a waste of the Quicken. And on top of that, we're going into Tunic 3. I want to protect myself from a little bit of disruption. It won't be a 5-card hand. But Fate and Arsenal does play around quite a bit of things from the opponent here. So I think we're fine to just let this happen. They're going to block it. I'm going to Arsenal Fate. We're going into Tunic 3 with a Quicken Up, with 2 Soul. We haven't played any Luminas yet. Still haven't seen any Luminas. Not going to get use out of the Tunic on this hand. Why not just bait the boots by blocking 3 and then Fate? That's actually pretty fair. That's probably better than what I did. Okay, so there's no way they call these cards. Like, there's no way they call any of the cards I have in hand, you know? But I still want to get use out of the Fate Foreseen, because I'm likely going to reset something else in Arsenal. Because it would be Light the Way charges a Banneret. No, actually, I would lead with Snatch, wouldn't I? I would lead with Snatch. No, I can make a new Quicken. Okay, to be Light the Way, charge Banneret, make a Quicken, then Snatch, then Raiden. So this card is useless, and the Fate Foreseen is useless. And what we're trying to protect is Snatch drawing us a playable card that we want in Arsenal over the Fate. The Banneret is the actual useless card that we wouldn't be able to play no matter what, and we don't want in Arsenal. So I think I'm going to give up the Banneret. It only blocks 2, but let me just make sure that is what's happening. This, Pop Quicken, Snatch, Pop Quicken, Raiden. Yeah, so I don't think they're going to let the Snatch hit anyway. So the Fate in Arsenal is still fine here. There's nothing they can really do on this. Like, they're never calling Light the Way. They're calling Lumina Ascension. Yep, that's fine. They play a Sigil out. Sure. I don't think I need to keep that card for Iron Song alone, because it's 2 value versus 1. Might come up. Although, you know what? Protecting my own life isn't as relevant anymore because we're not on like some kind of Flick Knives lock ever. So actually, it was probably fine to pitch it in. I like how we bought back Soul. That was a tough spot to be so low. I feel like the windows were on where we found to build it back up were fine. The misplay turn was the Take Flight. That could have gotten us +1 at a certain point in the game, but I think we're back to it being healthy enough that I don't mind. Is this another D-React they've got? Sure. That is 3 Fates down, or 3 Sinks down, a Fate down. 2 more Fates. We've only seen the 1 via the Vanguard, so I don't want to burn the Tunic just for the Raiden here. Especially since they have so many shreds and things that will block 3 without giving it the buff. So we'll just hold the Tunic. Hold the Tunic. Two Fates down? Where's the other one? Oh, duh. It's right there. Alright, so we got 3 Sinks down, 2 Fates down. That's beautiful. 1 more. And we haven't played a single Lumina yet. Granted, they also haven't played a single Codex, but we're playing around that a little bit with Fate Foreseen. If their Codex turn was Leave No Witnesses. If their Codex turn is CNC, well, that definitely sucks. They're keeping a 3-card hand. Interesting choice. We have our V turn here. In theory, if we can shrug off any attacks that like really hit our hand this turn, that would feel nice. They're leading with Nerve Scalpel, which means it's probably not a CNC, right? If it was CNC, why would they care about Nerve Scalpel? So we'll say no blocks. Or maybe they're just doing Dagger. Okay, so Annihilate the Armed is looking to banish an attack. We still haven't seen any Luminas, so for the love of God, can it not be a Lumina on top? I mean, we're going to Fate Foreseen. If it's a Lumina, we bottom it, obviously. If it's not a Lumina, we leave it. I think almost like no matter what. We just leave it. We have to let it go. I guess the question is, do I even want to Fate Foreseen, is the other thing. I don't know why I assumed I would Fate Foreseen. Maybe I just don't Fate Foreseen. But then it really is leaving Lumina to just get banished off the top with no control over it. Our turn is going to be Tunic for Via the Vanguard. Via the Vanguard, charging the Valiant Thrust because we just can't use it this turn. And the Light the Way, I would think, because then that leads into V, Raiden, Bolt. So the Bolt is actually likely going to draw us a new card, right? So I think that means I do want to give up the Fate Foreseen. Wait, that's not more damage, is it? If I charge with 2 cards... If I charge with 2 cards on this, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, pushing Bolt of Courage to a very likely breakpoint, so that's pretty relevant. If I instead just V charge once, then it's 1, 2, 3, 4 value on the charge, because I would slam Light the Way. But then this is +3 alone, so it's like 5 instead of 6. Is that the right math, though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it is more value. I can't count. It is more value to just slam the Light the Way as an attack rather than charge with the V. Yeah. I think it's very likely then that the Bolt hits. So I'm going to Fate. We're going to do it. Gonna Fate. Aha! Bottom. We did it. Banish the Celestial. Okay, who cares? Who cares? We're good. Okay, now we go Tunic. Tunic is going to charge the Valiant, puts us at 4 soul. We're going to use one on the V, puts us at 3 soul. We're going to use one on the Light the Way, puts us at 2 soul. Going to use one on the Raiden, puts us at 1 soul. We're going to end with Bolt and Arsenal. So we're looking at keeping 1 soul at the end of the turn. I think that's fine. We're ending the turn with 1 soul. We still haven't played any Luminas. We want the Lumina turn to at least lead with the 1 soul so we can swing twice. Is this right? Oh, what's up, Uber? Yo, aren't you a Boltyn gamer as well, Uber? Aren't you? Crown would have been nutty in hindsight. Yeah, but, you know, it was a big maybe. It was a big maybe. I felt like the Lumina was there because, by God, we haven't seen a single one for 10 turns. But we didn't know. We didn't know until the Fate. That would have been a big gamble, and you've seen how my gambles work. It would have been like Schrodinger's Lumina. If I crowned, it wasn't a Lumina. If I fated, it was a Lumina. You've seen my Prayer of Bolognas. You've seen my Prayer of Bolognas. Okay, yep, this already has the go again we're looking for. Raiden was kind of the obvious play. I don't want them to think this couldn't be a Lumina yet, though, so we'll do Light the Way next. Then Raiden, and they'll be like, holy shit, it could be a Lumina. And then we'll just end with Bolt of Courage. And we'll draw a Lumina anyway, right? Yeah. Lumina might end up fatiguing me faster unless it kills them. That's a great point as well, Pankaj, who's also in the chat. Look at this chat room. It's loaded. Absolutely loaded. They're getting a lot of value, or rather, they're not getting a lot of value in these blocks. They're giving us the pumps, which I appreciate. If they block with one more card here, then the Bolt is going to hit pretty much no matter what, unless they give up the Tunic or have that last Fate. So we'll see. They were pretty eager to block on these attacks, even though it wasn't good for them. They blocked with the Plunder. They blocked with the CNC. So if they're going for like the 1-card Codex play, then you would think they do block with 2 more here. Maybe not. Man, that would have been such a blowout. If that was a Lumina right there, oh my god, disgusting. Now this might not hit. That makes me much more sad. But they should want to give up one more card. They don't really want a 3-card hand, right? It's not the point of the deck. If this is the last fate, cool. It's an unmovable. Okay. All right. So we have one more V the Vanguard. We have all 3 Luminas still. That's obviously what we're playing for, you know? Obviously what we're playing for. So we just need to get there. Do I really pop snaps for this hand, though? Does that stump me in some capacity? Because it would be Spirit of War, charge the Banneret into Snaps Raiden, into the Bolt, Arsenal the Soul Shield. I feel like that might punt the game. But in theory, if we can just land one hitting and get the courage, I might just stop the turn there. This is interesting. I think we're going to go for it. What does this one even do? Next time I hit, gain 1. Alright. Charge the Soul Shield instead? No, because if the turn plays the way that it might end up, I'd rather the Soul Shield and Arsenal. Right? Because any card in Arsenal is just Crown being live to make a hand, a 5-card hand. And Soul Shield might actually come up as relevant. Oh, we don't even need to pop snaps. Appreciate it, opponent. Appreciate it. Looking good, I think. You can Lumina with no soul? Yeah, exactly, Adam. That's what I was thinking, right? We don't need the Lumina to have soul anymore, necessarily, because of Spirit. That's a new interaction I gotta get used to, but that's definitely the case. Definitely the case. Alright, I'm almost of the opinion that, I might just charge the Soul Shield with Bolt for more soul. That's a maybe. That's a hard maybe. That's a hard maybe, because, like, in theory, it's the same. Like, the Soul Shield will give me soul at some point. I can either do it now, or I can put it in my arsenal. It's going to cost me a card. I'm into it. I'm just going to charge it. Screw it. I'm going to charge it. I'm going to just do it. Just do it. In theory, if this hits, which I doubt it will, we're going to get a new card for Arsenal anyway, but hey, if it does, it does. Or is that the last fate? It's the last fate. Okay. Holy... Oh, dude. Luminas just aren't in the deck, I guess. They just aren't in the deck. This is insane. Because I have, in theory, like, I mean, I never shuffled. The beacons disappeared, right? Oh no, I guess I never, like, drew extra cards. So they really are just at the bottom of first cycle still, is what's happening. My opponent is terrified. They've called Luminas as if I had them on these sensors, like, every time. But I'm telling you, I don't got them. I don't have them. Alright, so this is pretty easy, though. I can get my soul back up. I can just soul shield, right? Is that better than just blocking with the fate? No, blocking with the fate is way better. I block with the fate. I go bolt, charge banneret, arsenal, soul shield. Yeah, that's better. That's better. They're gonna say Lumina. There's no way they say Bolt of Courage. You hit him all my gold at the bottom. It wasn't on purpose. Oh, it's an Illuminate on top. That can't be what I want next hand. Let's just put that on the bottom. Shoot, is that even true? I guess the potential was like maybe I draw all reds for the Soul Shield, which I don't think is possible. I'm not counting the deck though. Screw it. This also leads my turn into a Courage on my Tunic 3, which seems pretty relevant. They chose Lumina Ascension again. I mean, that's what they should choose. They are not wrong. Weirdo game. Weirdo game. Look at this little guy. Oh my god, do I snaps for Raiden? No, I don't. They're gonna Inertia Trap. Oh, the blowout. It's not higher than its base. Let's go. They should have blocked with like some chump attack first, just to make sure Inertia triggers. That's funny. Arsenal Soul Shield. Oh! How? Alright, so a couple things, right? If I didn't bottom that Illuminate, I literally would have had the 4-red hand that doesn't pay for Soul Shield. Right after saying that I wasn't going to count it, because it'd be ridiculous if that actually happens. It actually would have happened. On top of drawing a V-turn that is just... This is like a pathetic V-turn, you know? What is going on here? Holy moly. What? Okay, literally, the Luminas are in the last hand of the deck. I can... Oh, I can give Snatch go again. Oh, you're right. Yeah, because I've got the Courage going. Alright, it's not that bad. Still pretty rough to look at, though. I think what this means is, I do everything I can to not play the V, right? Because it's my last V. Let me check the take flights. There's one. There's one take flight there. There's 2 take flights there. So what is my deck? My deck is 3 Luminas, 3 take flights, 1 more Soul Shield. That's 7 of the 10. I pitched a Prayer of Bologna at some point, I think. So, like, that's in there. Oh, no. We did play all 3 Soul Shields. Alright, well, that is a lot of juice, in theory. Like, I don't need the Luminas to hit to actually heal. I just need to use them to deal damage. But my opponent is up to 14 now after playing the Sigils. This is looking a little puzzling. So if I lead with Snatch... No, that doesn't make sense, because the Snatch would still get the buff off the V of the Vanguard. So if I go Tunic... No, I guess I wouldn't need to do Tunic. I could just pitch the Fate for Scene. It'd be V, pitch Fate, charge Light the Way into Raiden Snatch. But then I'm giving up Raiden being my Lumina turn, which might be like the only way I win, right? Interesting. I mean, I have the take flight still. Oh, so weird. So weird. Yeah, I don't need to use the V, right? I think that's my win con. Let's not use the V. I can go Light the Way charge. It won't gain an effect, but I can give it go again. Into the Raiden Snatch. So if that's what's happening, I'll just lead with the Snatch, right? Sure. I'm not playing the V this turn. There's no way I win if I play the V. No way. This is gonna make them give 2 cards now. Because I don't even really want the Snatch to hit, right? I just like want to make it look like I want the Snatch to hit. So they're gonna block this. Depending how they block here. I mean, I think I always do swing Raiden. Yeah. I mean, I've got 2 soul. It's fine. I'm ending the turn with a soul. Yep. This makes sense. Alright, they're letting me leak damage. Okay, damage leak achieved. This is likely a codex, you know. There's a Lumina. Okay. So, this is not like the full go turn, but that's fine, because there are 2 Lumina still in the deck. I guess the problem would be if the Raiden hits now, they get milled, is kind of the problem, right? So damage-wise, what would this turn be, though? It would be Tunic for V, charge, take flight, into Lumina, Raiden, Illuminate. So that would be 4, 9, not counting what they could potentially give on the pump here. Let's say, sorry, let's just tally. 8, 13, and then what? No, oh, these are +1 because Lumina. Okay, hold up. These are 5 attack each. So 10, 15, 19 damage is what this hand can do. Not counting the +1s. Whatever the Lumina mills there, I think we know it can't be one of the Luminas, but it's likely the other one. It is likely the other one. Whew. But that means they want to let the Lumina damage leak. They actively, like, kind of want that to happen for their game plan. So, I mean, I think we still just have to do it here. It's not a bad turn. Obviously, we wish the Soul Shield was something else. Is it more damage to charge the Illuminate? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. Iron Song first? With what? I'm not pitching anything. Alright, we know that there's still the take flight as well. There should be one more red take flight. So they obviously know it's Lumina now. Just to make sure I'm not wasting how the soul will work, if I play Lumina, it gives me the action point. For the first one, I'll have to burn a soul anyway, so let's just do it this way. I will have to burn a soul. Might as well make it like this, make it cheeky. So that they at least like don't know necessarily it's the Lumina. They're also out of the D-Reacts. Alright. Let's see what happens here. Very likely it mills the other Lumina. It milled the take flight. Well, that's also kind of, questionable. Questionable. So we need 1 take flight and 1 Lumina to survive in the deck. That has to happen. Or we can't win. Come on, next card. Be filler. Just be filler. That's all I ask of you. Be a filler card, please. Please, please, please. They're out of sigils. They're out of fates. They're out of syncs. You would think we could win this, but it will come down a lot to what this mills. So I'm actually pretty fortunate that this wasn't a double Lumina hand, because the game would probably just be over. I'd be out of gas. There's a real world where, whatchamacallit, I am able to play a double Lumina hand next hand and just win. Okay, it being Inertia Trap's not the biggest deal. Soul Shield was kind of stuck anyway. What that does give up is the ability to crown it away for a 5-card hand. Okay, there's the other Lumina. So there's 1 left in the deck. Is it enough to win? There should be 1 take flight. There should be 1 yellow take flight, unless I'm crazy. There is the red there. There is a yellow here, a yellow here, a red here, and then one more red here. So there's a yellow take flight and the Lumina still left in the deck. That could be enough to do it. Could be enough. Is there also a Celestial? Oh, wow. I think there's a Celestial in the deck as well. Okay, there's actually gas. I think we can do this. Alright, this going away. Okay. Wait, this can't be the hand. Wait, this can't be the hand, right? It's not possible? I can't waste the Take Flight and Lumina without it being, like, the hand. So I think I just have to do nothing. I just pass. Is that right? I think I can at least prayer. Because I don't need whatever this last card is. This is what I need to win. I need 5 cards. So I can prayer, charge that last card, go up to 3, and that will be how I kind of kickstart everything. I just need 5 cards, and I will have 5 cards no matter what. Because I'm going to play this one, right? 3 cards in hand, burn 1. Oh no, that puts me at 4. Oh, that does put me at 4. Oh, no. That can't be right. That can't be right. Prayer? CC? Raiden? Wait, yeah, actually, hold up. Is this the hand? Am I crazy? Let's see. Chat is counting for me, and I am bad at math, so let's see. Prayer? Yes. Pitching, take flight? Uh-huh. It would then charge. It's got to be yellow, right? What else is it? Into Lumina, Raiden. So now we're looking at... We're also going to pay into this one, the one floating, obviously. Then we are looking at 2, 3, 7, 11, 18. That's enough, right? That's 18. That's 18. They're going to block 12, potentially 13, right? So then you figure that some leaks because of them having attacks and also 2 blocks, like the Codex. I think I win. All right, let's do it. Oh my god. Oh, it's the red Illuminate. It is the red Illuminate. Oh my god, I forgot about that. That's fine, though. All we need is 5 cards to win. I can wait. I can wait a turn. This is fine. This is totally fine. Totally fine. I only need 5 cards to win. I can do this. This is okay. Right? It's okay, right? Tell me it's okay. If I have no cards in deck, Crown gives me this card back, right? It is. Yeah. Bottom of my deck, then draw a card. So I have my 5-card hand. I do have it, no matter what they try to do. I've got it. It would be beautiful if this was Tunic 3. So there's a world where maybe I just, like, pass. And just wait for Tunic 3. Is that how I win? I've got the life for it. I might just wait. I truly might just wait. Let's see. Isolate. Okay, well now that's terrifying, because if that's a surgical, I lose. So I do need to just give all the equipment, because I need that to not be a surgical, is basically what's happening here. That needs to not be a surgical. Alright. Gotta do it. I can't wait till Tunic 3 in this scenario. Wait, actually, hold up. Paying into okay, no. Paying into Soul Shield still negs me a card, which is like the same as waiting for Tunic 3. It's the same deal. Okay, we're good. We're good on that front. We're good on that front. For the love of God, don't be a shakedown. That's like the other worst case. If it's a shakedown, well, it's probably rip. But I think it's a surgical here. Because we've seen... Yeah. Shakedown. There is a third somewhere floating. It was a surgical, though. We're fine. Woo! Okay. We can win. We can actually do this, right? Because now the turn is... We've got snaps. What does snaps actually do? Kind of nothing, because take flight is going to have go again anyway. So hold on, let me just make sure I'm doing this right. It is take flight, pitch, charge, puts me at 3. This has go again, so I don't need to worry about using my soul. So that'll just be 3 damage. Then I can Lumina. That gives me an action point to swing Raiden. Oh, I can't actually swing Raiden twice, though, can I? I can't swing Raiden twice. I can't do it. This... Hold up. This pitch puts me at 3 soul. This has go again. I swing Raiden. With the go again. Oh, no. And then I can Lumina, get another action point, swing Raiden again. Then I Celestial. I can do it, right? I can do it. Celestial before Raiden because it has go again. Oh, that's a great point. Yes. Good point. All right, that's a 2 block. We did catch him on a 2 block. Good. Now Celestial. Okay, let's see it. Okay, those are attacks, yes. This can't be a D-react unless it's an unmovable, but then they still are eating 2 here and then 4 on the next. Oh, they can totally live this. This needs to be an attack. It could be Remembrance, right? They were playing Remembrance. Oh my god, we did it. Oh, yeah, let's go. Oh my god. Oh, Lord have mercy. What a weirdo game. Boltyn. Boltyn, my Lord and Savior. Bologna, thank you. We did it. Oh, we did it. God, by the skin of my teeth, I probably misplayed at least once. We'll hit the buzzer, but it did come down to knowing what was left in deck, playing for the last hand, not punting on like the last 2 turns of the game. Oh, God. All right, we did it. That one goes out to tall Timmy. Right there. Thank you, friend. Whew, crazy game. I don't even know if I played that well, but yeah, at least from my position, it felt like a nail-biter. Hopefully everyone else enjoyed that. You can't believe Illuminate was on top. I should have remembered that, honestly. It was that damn red Illuminate. We'd seen it a couple times. I mean, I pitched it, you know? Or no, I sent it to the bottom with Fate is how it got there. It was a Fate play. But still, it was like something I knew. Punt. All right, let's see if we can beat Kano. I'm interested in this. Probably not at all. I believe this list has, yeah, like AB1 and Spell Void 2. Seems pretty bad. What on earth is our way to win this? I guess I can get Free Soul going first. They're going to just try to dump their hand and play reds off the top if they've got them. If I go second, then I do just eat their first turn damage. I can't really do much about it. But I think they deal more damage letting them go first. I think is how it works. Whoa. Why don't I know this answer? You know what? We're gonna go... Yeah, first. They can just hit us with too much, I think. Alright, Wizards. There's no way that's the right board for Wizards. What on earth? Soulbound Resolve? No way. No way. We're playing Lean, we're playing Mean. We're not playing with Courageous, though. That seems questionable. Really? Not a second Courageous? Alright, that's fine. That's fine. We got Spell Void 2. We got AB1, Tunic, and a Prayer. 3 prayers to be exact. 3 prayers. Soul Bond is so good against Wizard blocking 1 each turn I charge. Oh, wait. I thought that was tied to the defensive part of the charge. Oh, wow, that's just like a net effect. The first time you'd be dealt damage if you've charged this from Prevent 1. Oh, that's so much better. That's so much better. I thought it was tied to if you charged with this card. Ah, wow, very cool, very cool. Alright, our opponent left, though, anyway. So we gotta find a different one. Alright, sounds like they're looking for someone in particular, so we'll skip that. Come find me. I'm out here on the ladder. Wait, that's actually 5-0. That's actually 5-0. Whoa, what a tear we're on with Boltyn. Okay. Riptide. Riptide. This, you probably just go hard. There's no way the Riptide is like on a defensive build. That's not how they work. So we just try to smack them. Alright, true Royal Fest. Let's see it. Royal Riptide versus Royal Boltyn? Maybe? Maybe? Actually, Soulbound's probably better than Tunic in this match. Because I would get pinged on my turn a lot. We'll switch to Soulbound. Could be wrong. Oh, it actually locked me on Tunic anyway. Okay. Well, they're at 61 cards. Not necessarily trying to fatigue me out here, but could be. So if I attack at all, it does give them the free arsenal in theory, but they're on Death Dealer, so I don't know if I super... No, I do care, because the Death Dealer build is going to have a lot of 0-for-4s, so unfortunately I think I just can't attack with this hand. I'm pretty sure. It just gives them a free card. So let's go to Arsenal, the V. Since I'm likely going to be saving this. Ooh, Spirit. Okay, nice. Okay, well, if I can say no blocks to everything they do, then we've got a pretty cool turn of V the Vanguard. Pitch Banneret, I guess, to charge Spirit into Take Flight Snatch. Is that better? That's probably not good, actually. Because then we're taking ourselves into our Tunic 3 turn without, like, a 1 cost. That's probably wrong. That's probably wrong. The 4-card play could instead be Take Flight alone. War, right? Yeah, just War. Is that their entire turn? War pass? So I'm not actually playing the Spirit, it just gets automatically dropped, I believe. So we should be good on that front. Okay, well they kind of gave us a lot of room. So is the play to just do what I said first, because I can't pay into Iron Song anyway? Just via the Vanguard, pitch this, charge Spirit, take flight, raid, and snatch? I don't hate that. I mean, they gave us a huge window. Will I have enough... Oh, I won't have any soul, though, because this is actually going to bounce. Okay, so I can't do that. I can't do that. Nope, won't work. Yeah, because this doesn't count as soul. It does bounce. So, it'll just be take flight into snatch. That's fine, that's fine. We can slow down. We'll have Tunic 3 up for V the Vanguard next turn. No big deal. In theory, 1, we can pay into the off chance they play one of the Arcane Rising traps. Or the Crucible traps, rather. Off chance. Anyone know where Tall Timmy's letter is posted? Yeah, it's on his Patreon. I do have it pulled up if we want to read it again in a bit. Actually, okay, so if I just swung Raiden and held the snatch, would that have worked better for my V the Vanguard turn? Because that would have gotten pluses on the V charging, but then it also affects the likelihood of, like, you know, what non, you know, if I draw more, like, non-lights, like how I need to play my hand. I think it was fine to throw it. It got armor out of him in a hit effect that just didn't matter. So that's fine. Now we've got Light of Soul, so that kind of wants us to pitch it. This wants to get pitched, so maybe we don't Tunic then. We V the Vanguard, pitch Light of Soul, charge Beaming Bravado, and then we can see if this hits or not to kind of decide what we're doing on the beacon. That sounds okay. Could be, could be. I could also just go ahead and double charge here. That might be fine. But well, the question is, does the Light of Soul charge me or not? That's also a big question. Okay. V the Vanguard pitching here, charging here, 1 floating, hopefully 2 soul. Hopefully 2. If that's the case, I'm free to, I guess, beacon out double Lumina. That'd be kind of crazy. I mean, there's no way the Riptide can fatigue me, so that's what I'm hoping comes from the charge here, is I want 2 soul. I can go ahead and burn snaps too. I think it'd be fine. So come on, charge me. Yes, yes. Thank you. Oh shoot, I was supposed to pay with Iron Song first. Oh, my bad. My bad. Yeah, because I don't want to break the combat chain. Rip. Oh, I don't even need the snaps. I can just drop the Luminas right now. This also plays around Collapsing Trap, because this won't have go again. Oh, interesting. It was still wrong to not pay first, though. So misplay. Misplay counter. Going up. This might be so greedy. Who knows? I've just never seen this happen so early in a game. So I'm like kind of into it. Let's just see what happens if we can play the game with this much early aggression. Am I playing in any skirmishes? Probably like 2. I have a couple obligations outside of Flesh and Blood coming up that are gonna affect my weekends a little bit, plus I need to do a lot of prep for Nationals still. Also for Canadian Nationals and the streaming there, and potentially some other events coming up. So I don't have as much free time as it may seem. I do consider this work, you know? Look at this. The strat. This is what I floated 1 for. You see? Wait, that only cares about this chain link, right? So does it even matter? Hit effects don't trigger this chain link. Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, not combat chain. Chain link. Oh, sure. Sure, no problem. X can't be 0. It was never 0. It was 1 and 1. There were 2 cards in Soul. So I banished 1 and then 1. Michael is right, though. Possible, I don't let him know I'm double Lumina. Lead with the 1, flash in the other one. It's the same deal, because we only needed the 1 action point to not actually give Via the Vanguard go again to play our own Collapsing Trap. So, yeah, only 1 needed to get played out first. Oh, another one. Alright, this one has to hit, or I'm a little sad. Come on. It might not. I mean, they can block 1, 2, 3, 4. Straight out of hand alone. That'd be pretty nuts. Collapsing Trap now. Alright, 1 Lumina has been squandered, but also they played out a Collapsing Trap that didn't trigger. So paying into the Iron Song never mattered. Nothing hit this turn. Rip. I don't think that was worth it in the end. Didn't feel quite worth. I mean, it took their best card in a turn where they didn't even use it. They're down a ton of armor. They're not doing anything into us. So there's that. Do I just slam another Lumina? That seems pretty wrong. But maybe I just do it. Spirit of War. It would charge, I guess, Beacon at this point. Very odd, though. No, because it's looking for attack action cards. So it'd be Spirit, charge, Beacon. The only way that play actually works is to force... it wouldn't even be Force Snaps, because Lumina would just drop. That'd give me the action point. They could then block it out again. Huh. Interesting. I think I want to save this Lumina for another Via the Vanguard that I find. Because this first play just didn't work. They had the exact blocks. Which actually makes sense, you know? Makes sense. Having a trap card in Arsenal did kind of flip how the damage was going to land, and it's Riptide, like they probably did. So let's just charge the... I think I actually want to cycle the card with Iron Song versus... I don't want this to clump. Let's go ahead and pitch the Beacon out of the way. I don't want the Beacon there. Let's get that out of the way. Just do this. And then probably pass the turn. Probably. We've got the cash-ins in the deck, so with only 1 Lumina left, I'd rather it all be condensed into 1 powerful turn, hopefully. Hopefully. The fear would be playing out the Lumina now for like a pretty mid-turn, and also seeing 2 Luminas gone could make the opponent just truly start blocking out forever. And we are 2 decks that don't have weapons. So there's a real world where it's either a draw or I just like can't close. So we're just gonna be patient. Just be patient instead. Very weak follow-up turn though. Very weak. Seek and Destroy. Okay, well now they're kind of forcing me to use the Lumina on this turn, which I don't hate. Now we're actually seeing enough power cards at once that Lumina could probably punch through. Coming in for 7 now. We're looking at Prayer in theory, pitching Banner, hoping it charges into... No, is that even how it's going to work? This is a Quicken token. It would be pitch into... Prayer Valiant is kind of like how the cost curve would work in theory. But then what do I do with Spoils of War, or Spirit of War? Also wouldn't be charging with Banneret, which feels a bit weird. Also, Prayer never works for me. Maybe I give up on that plan. I also only have one soul. Alright, Prayer's gonna hit though. Prayer is going to hit. I believe. Come on. You can do it. Choose a card to charge. Oh, nice. Okay, well now I can charge the Spirit of War and cash in. That seems pretty good. So that did pay off. I'll charge the Spirit of War. I don't think I need this one. Then I'll play the cash in, right? Just so I know more so of what's in this hand. Play the cash in. I've got the charge already going, so I can start with Raiden if I need to. I've got the Valiant Thrust to end. Let's just keep going. Yes. It can't be Collapsing Trap, so we've got a bit more room to play like an animal. Alright, we drew a combo of cards that we don't mind seeing here either. So now it could be the Beaming Charge this guy. Uh-huh. I'll end with the Valiant Thrust. Maybe I even want to just pay Tunic into the Iron Song Versus this turn. That could happen. That might be okay. Actually. Although leaving the one up does help me play around the potential for these like pay into traps. So it'd be spending one for 1 damage versus spending one potentially to block like 2 on a Pitfall or save like a tripwire from triggering. Interesting. I don't think I'll pay into it. And now we'll be cheeky with the Lumina. I'm so bad at doing this play correctly, but at least this time we got it. Coming in for 5. I have another action point now, so I don't need to say go again. This one I will need to say go again on. Okay, and then we drop this guy. Alright, not bad. That is all Lumina's gone. That is all the Lumina's gone. There's still a beacon left in the deck. Our soul's pretty healthy. We've still got our Tunic to kick off plays like this with Take Flight, which is cool. Although maybe that's not even what the turn is, because we've got Prayer as well. Oof. The amount of 1 costs. Interesting, interesting. But what we know is that we are in a position to definitely keep racing. We're not really building for any big payoff later. We already spent our big card, so now it's a question of not letting up the gas. Although, if there was going to be a turn where blocking 9 has pretty high value, it is this turn. So I could block 9 Tunic for Prayer and Pray. I could block 9 Tunic for Prayer, Pray. That might be it. That might be it. This is a pretty high value block. And this is a pretty high value Tunic hit. Let's just do it. Come on, Prayer. Oh, shoot. No. No. That's... There we go. Now it's happening. I'm so into gambling on this card, but I shouldn't. It has barely paid off. Just like that. Just like that. Probably should have just Arsenal the Take Flight, you know? That was so much better than this play. Just block the 9, Arsenal the Take Flight. So much better than this play. But I'm a gambler, man. Can't help it. Also misplayed last turn by charging Spear to war with a red? No, that was on purpose, because the only other option was to charge the beacon, and there's no way I want to give that up. We're down to 1 power card in the deck. There's no reason to just waste it on a charge. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Well, we can't Arsenal anyway in the face of this, so in reality, the 1 card Illuminate is pretty fine. I don't think the Ponder matters at all. I mean, they've got this card in Arsenal, so unless that's like a Razor, there's no punish on this. So, sure, we'll let this happen. Oh my god, it was the Razor. Ha ha ha. Well, actually, that's fine, because if I blocked there, then the Razor was still a punish. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The one difference in pitching the beacon is if we'll even get to see it, though, because the other 2 beacons are gone, so there's no shuffle. The last beacon in deck is something we'll actually have to draw to, which I don't know if that actually will come up. So in that scenario, you could call it a misplay. But the thought is it's the 1 spiky card that's left. And to be able to fetch out, you know, a Celestial, if that's like the play or whatever, seemed pretty big at the time. Alright, we're off Tunic because I used it stupidly on that prayer turn. So this is going to be a little rough to stomach. But it is a playable hand. We could burn the Celestial. Just via the Vanguard, pitch here, charge, Iron Song with the other floating Celestial. I mean, that's fine. That's playable. I think we'll just take that. That presents lethal, you know? And they're taking a bad rate turn here, saying go again with E-Strike. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Alright. There's also no fear of getting blown out by Collapsing Trap anymore, because we did force that out, you know? So I think taking a greedy play... It's not even greedy, actually. I think this is always right to play it this way. That's the Quicken. Like, I can never lose the Celestial in this position. Has prayer worked once? Out of the 4 times I played it, No, I played it 5 times now. It missed 3 times. It hit once, and then it hit Soul of Arenia 1 time. So talk about a ceiling. That's why I'm madly addicted to this card now, even though I already had the Spirit of Arenia in play. So the thought process is already falling apart. But, yes, there was a game where, holy crap, I was able to get the soul off with it. Oh my god, that was incredible. It was absolutely incredible. Oh, actually, this was also wrong. I shouldn't have shown the Celestial yet. Raiden already had go again off the Quicken. But I was thinking Celestial needs to be the play so that I can not need to waste a soul. But that's just not true. It's not how the turn worked. Okay, this is going to give me courage leading into the next turn, which is pretty sick. We have snaps, we'll have Tunic up. Ooh, and we drew the Take Flight. Things are looking good. No soul, though. No soul. So actually, how good can it realistically look? That's a question. That is a question. So I think what that means is I don't need the Tunic. I can't use this entire hand anyway. So I can instead pay into the Iron Song. Then Take Flight, charge the Light the Way. Actually, I didn't need to pay into the Iron Song first anyway, because there is no combat chain shenanigans. Misplay again. Slight, I don't think it super matters. Doesn't super matter. Frailty Trap. Okay. I think I'm still pretty committed to swinging Raiden, though. It comes in for 2, which still demands like a card. They can't just block with the Trench. It's still threatening the Courage, and then if the Courage hits Boltyn, the Boltyn shot gets a little better. It would put me at 0 soul. We're still in. I'm here for it. I'm in. You could have Light the Way, pay 1 for Take Flight, only need to charge 1 that turn for Take Flight, then Raiden for max damage, and could have won. Light the Way. Where did Light the Way go? It's when this hits, it gets go again. Light the Way. This would need to hit for it to have go again. I guess I could have forced it with snaps, though, at minimum. Force with snaps, then Take Flight. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Riptide is letting me hit here. Cool. We'll take it. Thank you, brother. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. It would need to hit, but it doesn't matter because it's the kill turn with snaps. I see. I see. Oh, but if we'd ended the game, then we wouldn't get juicy hands like this. This is why I play the deck. Oh, looks so juicy. Sure, so V, pitch here, charge Take Flight, into Raiden, Courageous Valiant. And it's pretty much game over anyway. They're at 5. Sure. Charge this. I'm going to snaps. I mean, or they just die to the Courageous right now. We'll see. One or the other is going to happen. Okay. They're not dead to this attack. But they'll be dead to something. Alright. Probably dead to this. Also need to give it go again, though, just in case they're not. Jeez. Alright, GG's. That's 6-0 with Boltyn. 6-0 so far. Oh, still plagued with misplays. But, man, he is freaking fun. Very fun hero. We can probably play one more, and then I'm going to have to go. Play one more, then gotta go. Let's see what opponent we've got here. It's the mirror. Alright, who's the better Boltyn? Obviously it's me, but we don't need to tell the opponent that. Straight race. Seems good. Although I would wonder if fates make any kind of difference. Just in being able to not give something +1. They chose to go first. So in theory I want more going second plays. Fates would kind of punt the going second play. So sure, let's keep it. Let's run it as is. Just watch my opponent be axe fatigue. Oh, Emery, not like this. Why you gotta jinx it? Oh my god. It probably is. They went first. They're trying to get ahead on the mill. Oh no, not like this. Not like this. Oh, Riddler man, have a great day yourself, my friend. Now, the anticipation, Emery. This is killing me now. Is it Fatigue Axe? If it is, what an awful way to get sent out. Oh, phew! Alright, it'll be a real game. It'll be a real game. And we started with Light of Soul. And a V! I'm pretty sure I leak damage, though, is what this hand means. I'm stuck leaking damage and probably blocking with a V. That sucks. They're playing Steel Blade Shunt, though. Wow, that is incredible. So if they burn the soul to then just swing Raiden, that gives them the courage on hit that I realistically can't block, because I don't want to give up the V, you know? Especially not if I've got the Light of Soul to pitch next to it. So the difference is I either kind of force them if they want to land damage to burn the soul now, or because I can block 6 on this, or I can play safer on my end, block 3 here if they then make Raiden, if they give go again, swing in with Raiden, I block for another 3. So it's a difference of taking 2 or 3, with also the impact of like making them burn soul. Whoa, that's kind of weird. I think the other potential payoff here is if they don't burn soul for Raiden, then I get to keep the gallantry as well. So I think I'm into letting this play out. Okay, they are going to do it. They only can have one more attack here. And you would think it's Raiden because it doesn't actually expend a card. But I don't think I super mind. If I can only have taken 2 to basically deny their soul start, and I know that I'll have potentially like a pretty big catapult of soul with the light of soul, so much soul, I think I'm very okay with this. Because like this can't have go again. So the biggest punish is courageous. Cool. Alright, so V is going to charge the Illuminate. This looks pretty good. This is pretty juicy. Let's see what the light shows us. Oh, yes. I don't even know what that banner does. Oh, it doesn't matter because it's not charged. God. Still good, though. Still good. Alright, this actually enables this play, which is kind of awesome. We're also going to be at 0 soul, but we're presenting 3 card 12 with a non-hit. Seems pretty decent. Oh my god, I didn't pay into Iron Song. I am such a trash player. Oh my god, I didn't pay into Iron Song. Jesus Christ. Ah, I was supposed to pay into Iron Song first. So bad, so bad. This could have been a 6. This could have been a 6 attack snatch. Okay, wouldn't have mattered. Alright, here you go. Look, would not have mattered. They're blocking 6 anyway. There you go. Would not have mattered. They're blocking 6. Nothing I could do. Okay, this hand seems pretty juice. I'm going to charge the Spirit, Arsenal the Lumina. I guess I'm going to actually play out the Courageous. It's worth more offensively than defensively. So we'll say no blocks on this. Ah, they also aha, look, we all suck. They also forgot to pay into Versus. Unless they have a Valiant. That's also fair. Could also be a Valiant. Yep. Never mind. They've got a Valiant. Wonderful. But they're out of soul. I think... Is it worth for me to just drop Arenia then? Do I even want to keep this hand? I could just block with these guys. Play out Arenia, Arsenal Lumina. It saves a bit more life. Well, I can make it a 3-card 9 is the difference, right? Keep a 3-card 9 or block 4, realistically, and play out Spirit. I think I'll take the 3-card 9. I'll take it. 3-card 9. Oh, you know what? It's not a 3-card 9 because this doesn't count as soul. God, that's the second time I've done that. It doesn't actually count as soul. It goes into play. Oh, it's horrible. Horrible. So, realistically, it's like a 2-card 6. Which is better than blocking the 4. I think it was still okay. It was still okay. I could also Lumina right now. Wait, is that actually better? Should I Lumina right now? I think that's probably not better, right? Because in theory, they block, and then I can't swing Lumina a second time? No. We're not falling for that. They won't hurt my arsenal. I'll just park it. I'll just park it. Okay. Nice. We've done it. This is the hand. This is the hand. We Tunic for Take Flight, charge Banneret. This card, who cares? Double Lumina with Soul? Now we're talking. Now we're talking. You know, this pose, like, I legitimately... Oh, God, where'd it go? No. Give it back. Give it back, Talishar. This pose is legitimately what it feels like to play Boltyn. So well done. So well done. Like, I am T-posing. Like, legit. That's what it feels like. This deck is so fun. Okay, if it hits, create a courage. So the only way they force this is, like, with a courage of their own. They can snaps it. I mean, I'm taking it no matter what. I don't care. I don't care. If they burn snaps, they burn snaps. Cool. I promise you, my turn is probably better. Probably. They have their own Lumina. Okay. So, in theory, this now gets decent value, denying 1 Lumina hit, so I will do that. I'll deny 1 Lumina hit. I didn't need this card anyway, right? They will get 1 off. They will get 1 off. That is fine. But that'll be the end. If I let the first one hit, there was a world where they swing another Lumina into dropping like an Illuminate or something. So I do have to block the first one. Take the 4 here. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Please do the Lumina trick. Yes, yes, Michael. Yes, yes. Yes, my brother. I will. I understand. I get it now. I gotta channel all the Pro Tour winner advice anyway, and I mean, this is the good kind of advice too. You're not telling me to jump off a bridge here. It's easy. It's easy to say yes. Alright. Raiden. Lumina, Lumina? Yo. Unreal. Here it comes. No, 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 no. Michael, you're doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing. You are all good. The kind of backseating that sucks is like, why did you do that? You know, that kind of, like, commenting is horrible. Of just, like, clearly something was not totally thought through, whatever. I'm probably talking about it anyway. And then to just be like, well, why did you do that? That was bad, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's the kind of backseating that is, like, absolutely useless. Okay? Explaining a different line, whatever you want to do, that was good. Was this this is what you're talking about, right? I do want a double Lumina. I'm not going to, like, Lumina, then swing, then Lumina again. There's no way, right? I am dropping both, just to be clear. I am. I am. Oh my god, they've got a shunt! Dude, I'm getting outplayed. Mother. My god, the tech was unreal. I still have 2 big swings, though. Let's see it. 2 more. 2 more. Come on. Come on. I mean, they can actually full block this out. That would feel quite bad. There's a world where I just draw into nothing to really punish the full block here. That is a very possible world. Alright, opponent. They're making their plays. I mean, it is very easy for them to just block 6 on this with another attack. And then block 3 plus, like, the crown and something. This might be how it gets punished, right? Like, having the 2 block here, they have to give up 1 armor piece. Yes, yes. We have 1 more. So, if they give up Tunic, Crown, and a 3 block in hand, this won't hit. That's giving up Tunic, which I think is a win in and of itself. Oh, wow. I mean, I think I always take that, right? Boltyn without Tunic is not the same hero by any stretch of the imagination. Speaking of giving up equipment, though, if I give up Iron Song Versus, I put him off Arsenal, which is probably pretty worthwhile. Although, is that even true? Maybe I just block 6 on it. Because do I want this in Arsenal? I don't think I want one of these in Arsenal. I think I can just block 6 on the Snatch, save the Iron Song. Feels a little bit better. Their 1 card takes my 2. My turn is just beaming into charge Bolt Raiden. I guess the difference would be, do I want Boltyn Arsenal? Maybe Boltyn Arsenal isn't awful, but it is the question of giving up Iron Song or not. Boltyn Arsenal. Yellow Boltyn Arsenal. I don't think I want that. That seems pretty bad. I'll just block the 6. We'll go beaming. 2 card 7. Doesn't matter if they block it. It's always the 2 card 7. Which is cool. Alright, so what we're looking to do then is kind of win off of our Tunic turns. They're going to have to keep an extra card in hand to enable any of the plays they want to make, which is not to say that, like, their turns will be bad. Their turns will be fine. They'll just be card inefficient. Because without Iron Song and without Tunic, if they're ever pitching, they have no resource sink. They've got no resource sink if they pitch for Tunic, and they have to be pitching because they don't have Tunic. Or God, versus Tunic. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. So it's a question of, like, can I just not die to their inefficient hands? And can I use my Tunic to outvalue them? Which I think I'll have the window for. You figure my Tunic will be up in 2 turns. It doesn't look like their hand is going to be 2/2 crazy. We also drew another Lumina. That's pretty incredible. They're beaming, charging a Spirit. Okay, they only played that 1 Lumina. Yeah, so this is their own 2 card 7 developing Spirit as well. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. On my turn... On my turn, it would be Spirit, charge Prayer, into drop Lumina, into trying to end the chain with an Illuminate. That seems like how I want to use this hand. Is it correct to use the hand this way? I think it is. I think it is. Spirit, charge Prayer. I would then... Oh, no, I don't even need to drop the Lumina, because I would have to snaps on that turn. Spirit, charge Prayer, snaps the Spirit into swing Raiden, drop the Lumina on the Raiden. That's a better way to do it. Yeah, okay. No blocks, no blocks. This is fine. This is the We Make Best Boltyn list. Which I actually said I was going to not play all day, but it's doing well. I mean, I'm 6-0, you know? No, I don't want a Lumina instead of snaps, because I don't want to show the Lumina yet. And either way, if I want to go Spirit, Raiden, Illuminate, I will need to have snaps the Spirit. Right? Because if I go Spirit, charge... No, is that even true? If I go Spirit, charge... I'm back to 1 soul. I then swing Raiden. I would drop the Lumina on that, gain an action point, swing again. Okay, no, I don't need to snaps. I don't need to snaps. I'm forgetting that Spirit actually pluses 1 on soul anyway. No need, no need. We're fine. We're fine. If that's a Lumina, though, holy. Alright, it's not. Cool. Let's go here. Oh, well, hold up. I would still need to snaps if they don't block this, was the plan. That was the plan. I think I'm going to do it anyway, though. Truly. Truly, truly. Over showing them the Lumina. Because this is my last Lumina. I would love it to hit in an unexpected fashion. Get some life out of the ordeal would be nice. Oh man, what's better? What's better? I really feel like it should be the snaps. If I show the Lumina, then their turn probably goes block 2 on Lumina, block 2 on Lumina, and I might be stuck. You know, that could really hurt the game plan. But if I use snaps and then I draw into a hand that doesn't let me force, that's also awful. But Spirit probably means the Illuminate hits at the end of the chain if they go Lumina block, so I do start the turn with a Courage. Ooh, that's true. Yeah, I think the Illuminate will always hit. So I'm gonna lead the turn with a Courage, no matter what. So that means I won't need snaps next turn. At minimum. At minimum. Alright, we're gonna give it up then. I'm playing greedy. Well, actually, I don't think it's greedy. I don't think it's greedy. I think it's fine. Let's do it. They could also try to ignore me, right? That's the other fear. That is the other fear. They try to ignore me. So I really want these Raidens to gain me some life. I want to be able to play a smaller hand because of the tunic. A smaller hand that's more efficient than theirs would be quite nice. But if they have their own Lumina turn, oh my god. That is terrifying. Huh. You know what? Maybe I actually did really want them to block Raiden. Maybe I should have been more face up with the Lumina, because if they're giving me cards on Raiden, then I just don't die, right? Which is pretty fine. Not dying seems pretty fine. Okay, okay. It will come down to who can keep the larger hand first. They're going to go down to 2. So if I can survive this turn, I think I do win. And I do have a cash-in. Okay, okay, we're good, we're good. We got a cash-in on a 2-card hand. Or not on a 2-card hand. We got a cash-in on a turn we're expecting to block. With our Tunic up. That should feel pretty good across the board, I would think. Celestial Cataclysm as well with so much soul. So I'm going to try to keep these 2 cards at minimum. At minimum. So they're probably going to drop their own Lumina here. Or I guess Courageous. Oh, they can't Courageous then pump it. So it has to be their own Lumina. So I'm going to try to pivot and block out their Lumina. Yeah, we'll see. Oh my god. We'll just see what happens. It's definitely a Lumina somewhere on this hand. This should win the game, though. This is like the highest value 2-card hand I think I could ever draw. Cash in plus the Celestial, right? I mean, I would hope the cash in... Oh my god, they're passing? There's no goddamn way. There's no way. Oh, okay, yeah. They're just doing it a different way. You can still Lumina after letting the attack pass. Yes, it's an instant. You don't have to play it like in the reaction window. True, true. True, true. So I'm going to block 1 of the Raidens, I would imagine. Is that right? Block 1 of the Raidens. They have to then give it go again to swing the next one. This also plays around it being a second Lumina, in theory. Yeah, so I think I'm always blocking like this. It's a beacon. Okay, they do flash out another Lumina. Oh my god. That's pretty good there, friend. Pretty good. Oh, man. That was really good. Well, now I die to a lot of things. I die to so many things now. Yikes. Yikes, yikes. I can't even just give Iron Song, because if it's another beacon, then I do just die to that kind of pump. I think I do need to block anyway because I don't want to die to a Shunt, which I know they run. So I think all I can really do is this and just hope that this is not a 0 cost. Wow, that became terrifying very quickly. Oh, and it's a 0 cost. Oh my god. Oh wait, they can swing Raiden again because it's double Lumina. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Alright, so it's game over. I thought that was it. Wow, so how do I actually play around that? Was it actually block 7 on the first Raiden because that was the lose condition? Block 7 on the first Raiden. Because that was the lose con. Ooh, yeah, I think I absolutely should have done that. But they've got the nuts anyway on this last hand. 0 cost, 4. Oh, shoot. Shoot. Alright, so going back on this turn... If I blocked 1 more, their beacon could only search 1. Good game. Their beacon could only search for one because they had one left. Oh, I can't look at the combat chain. So if I block the 7 on their 5, it plays around it being beacon for Lumina, because then that Lumina that they play out never hits. Does that change anything though? Because they still have an extra action point by playing the second Lumina anyway, so it gets to swing in, and that one I couldn't block out. No, I think I lose anyway. I would lose anyway, because I would have to give up the 2 cards on that Lumina, because the second one was always winning the game, because they can swing for a 3rd time, regardless of having the soul or not. Yeah, so actually, I don't think there's anything to do to beat that last hand. Oh, so sad, so sad. Well, there we go. I'm not the better Boltyn. Not the better Boltyn. So in the end, then, I decided to deal 6 instead of block 4. And in theory, that would have let me survive, but I wouldn't keep cards. They'd be at higher life, obviously. I'd have 1 life at the end of this turn, but I wouldn't have any cards in hand. And I think it really came down to needing the cash-in and the Celestial to be the 2-card hand, which was never possible because of the double Lumina on that turn. Yeah, I don't think I could win then. I don't think so. But other people will be the judge of that, not I. That's why I don't like playing only 2 cash-ins. I don't know if we played even 1 this whole stream. I think I played 1. Played 1, but to be fair, I sided them out for like half the games that were played today. But definitely a 3rd one could go in, right? Like at minimum, you just charge it if it's not the card you want to see, and it's a yellow, which helps for a lot of the new cards that care about the yellow specifically. It would also still have synergy with Prayer of Bologna. I think this card might be just like a little bit of a meme. I don't think this card felt very good at all. Like this as a 3rd cash-in is probably fine. This card also didn't feel like it did too much. There was the game against Briar where it was like maybe valuable, but we ended up just winning that game anyway. It was fun though. Boltyn was sick. Boltyn was pretty cool. It was a fun game. Dying with 4 soul plus gold token cash-in doesn't feel great either. You think maybe Crown of Providence might give more win % in this mirror, as most games will end by turn 7 and might not draw cash-in. Definitely felt that way. But there was the high roll potential of, you know, being the one who plays the cash-in hand and just having the extra card advantage from that alone. Boltyn gets really scary when you see your power cards, right? So just drawing extra cards to see those power cards is the difference maker. Crown draws you 1 more and also blocks 2 rather than cash-in blocking 0 but drawing 2 more. So yeah, probably Crown a little bit better. A little bit better. But we didn't know, did we? Still so new. But that was it, folks. It was a fun day. Boltyn's pretty sick. Thank you, Tall Timmy, for inspiring the stream today. And I hope you are happy in whatever current endeavors you are on, even though they don't include Flesh and Blood anymore. What did I think of Boltyn? This is like my new favorite armory deck, I think. Holy moly. He is super fun. Has enough lines that I feel like you would, you know, not feel like any win was too free and actually fight for your wins most of the time, which is a good spot to be in for armories. It also didn't feel that frustrating to play, like Levia, which can be her problem as an armory deck. It's like, you know, some games might be super fun, but when you've got that tilter game, why did you do that to yourself? You know, you're an armory. You're there to have fun. And Levia having like her miserable variance game is not super fun. I still like her for tournament because I think the like consistency is to a point where you really don't have that punt game more than like maybe once out of every 10 games or so. So as a tournament deck, I think Levia still has a lot of upsides, but if all you're trying to do is show up, kick back a little bit, have fun at an armory, Boltyn seems awesome. I might bring him to my armory on Friday. If it's even CC, I have no idea. But I have all the cards other than this one. And I don't think I'd run this one anyway. So there you go. Super fun. Like really fun, actually. I would love to try the other builds. I had some other ones ready. There was the Josh Lau Cheerio Boltyn that he had talked about on stream one time. There was the Josh Lau, like pure yellow aggro Boltyn. which I guess has like a flipboard. This one I wanted to try, but we never got to. Royal was fun enough. The Beaming Blade Boltyn. I would love to see how this one works. And I can't try this one in person because I don't own a Vestige of Soul. But that would have been cool. And yeah, I mean, we might just circle back then. There's more to try with this hero. Anyway, have a good week, everyone. Actually, that's not true. I think I'm back tomorrow. I need to see where I'm at with working on some things tonight to decide whether or not I'm back tomorrow. But definitely no stream Friday. So tomorrow's maybe. Until then, I'll see you. Thanks for tuning in. Woo! Step, step, arms, spin. What? Woo! And slide and tango. 1, 2, 1, 2. Slide.